A very good morning to one and all who have joined us here. I welcome you all to the Global Nursing Congress 2023, organized by the Society for Nursing Practices, SFNP, and BioLeaks in association with the renowned institutions as our academic partners. Rutland Regional Medical Center, Vermont, USA, Rufaida College of Nursing, Jamia, Hamdard University, New Delhi, India, Dr.Mallela, Ramaiah College of Nursing, Nellore, India. To brief about the Association for Nursing Practices, the Society for Nursing Practices is a professional association caring for people. The dedication of SFNP to the advancement of nursing sciences and healthcare is truly commendable. The role of nurses in healthcare is pivotal, and organizations like SFNP play a crucial role in promoting excellence in this field. SFNP's commitment to being a non-profit organization underscores its genuine intention to serve and uplift the nursing community and healthcare sector without any commercial interests. The international dimension of SFNP is significant as it signifies a global community of nurses who can learn from one another, bring diverse perspectives and experience to the table. In today's interconnected world, the importance of international collaboration in healthcare cannot be overstated. By creating a forum for nurses from around the world, SFNP facilitates cross-cultural learning and the exchange of best practices. Society for Nursing Practices is a vital organization that serves as a beacon for the nursing community. Its dedication to knowledge sharing, international collaboration, and betterment of healthcare through nursing science is both noble and inspiring. SFNP brings together nurses from nook and corners of the world. SFNP delivers access to its members the industry's most essential technical information by organizing conferences, workshops, annual convention meetings, and provides networking opportunities both locally and globally. To brief about BioLeaks, BioLeaks is a not-for-profit professional association which prominently promotes research and development. We at BioLeaks have brought a revolution in the field of worldwide conferences. BioLeaks conferences serve as a catalyst for professional development and knowledge exchange, bringing together the brightest minds and thought leaders in the life science and medicine technology sectors. This platform plays a pivotal role in facilitating collaboration, innovation, and information dissemination among professionals from diverse backgrounds. BioLeaks is at the forefront of fostering a positive impact on the fields of life science and medical technology. Our commitment to knowledge sharing, international collaboration, and professional development is indeed revolutionary. We look forward to witnessing the continued success and contributions that BioLeaks will make to the essential fields in the future. And to give you an idea about the Global Nursing Congress, with an earnest objective of creating an international forum for nursing academicians, researchers, and novice nurses, the Society for Nursing Practices enunciated the Global Nursing Congress 2023. It was held on the 27th and 20th of October 2023. Following the success of our previous 6 editions of this nursing conferences, SFNP continues to foster progress in the field of nursing science and healthcare. This conference is a multidisciplinary program with broad participation with members from around the globe, focused on learning about various facets of nursing and healthcare research. It is considered as a golden opportunity to be enlightened with the most recent advancements and developments in the field of nursing. The conference enlightens on the theme, Research-Based Practice and Education, Nursing Perspective. Research-based practice, commonly known as evidence-based practice, is now widely recognized as the key to improving healthcare quality and patient outcomes. Innovative ideas and intelligence have recently compelled all industries to lead the way in creating modern technical software and systems in the healthcare industry. Global Nursing Congress 2023 will expose you to a variety of viewpoints as well as the latest developments, research-based practices, and advancements in the field of nursing. On that note, I would like to welcome our academic partners, the Rutland Regional Medical Center, Vermont, USA. It is the largest community hospital in Vermont. I request all the participants to stay on mute to really help in the smooth execution of the conference. Thank you. The Rutland Medical Center, Vermont, USA, is the largest community hospital in Vermont and is dedicated to providing the best possible healthcare to the community. It is the second largest hospital in the state. Rutland Regional Medical Center has been providing high-quality healthcare to the Rutland region for more than 125 years. Rutland Regional is a Magna hospital supported by excellent nurses, high-quality diagnostic and ancillary services, and a broad array of sophisticated equipment technology, including advanced diagnostic imaging, a top-of-the-line linear accelerator used in the treatment of cancer patients, and a diagnostic cardiovascular and angiographic lab. Rutland Regional manages to adapt to change and growth while continuing to focus on a high standard of personalized quality medical care, adding key specialties to serve community needs, and focusing on attracting and recruiting highly trained doctors, nurses, and staff. They are committed to providing services both in and out of the hospital, which is required to maintain the health of not just the patients, but of the community. Rufaida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard University, New Delhi, India. The Rufaida School of Nursing, now Rufaida College of Nursing, was established in 1983 as per the vision of Janab Hakim Abdul Hamid Saheb, the founder of Jamia Hamdard, who wanted to encourage girls from the Muslim minority community and weaker sections of the society to take up the noble profession of nursing. Rufaida College of Nursing has completed 30 years of its existence with commendable achievements in the field of nursing education. They carry the legacy of their founder, Hakim Saheb Janab Abdul Hamid, who gave the name Hamad to his venture, which means sympathy for all and sharing the pain. It offers diploma, graduate, and postgraduate programs in nursing to meet the diverse needs of the healthcare sector. Qualified and experienced full-time nursing faculty provide the right mix of inputs comprising of theoretical, practical, and clinical experience. The next academic partner, Dr.Mallela Ramaiah College of Nursing, Nellore, India, is one of the top nursing colleges in Andhra Pradesh, which is situated in the Nellore district. Dr. Mallela Ramaiah College of Nursing is affiliated to the NTR University of Sciences, Vijayawada. It is approved by the Indian Nursing Council and Andhra Pradesh Nursing and Midwives Council. Dr. Mallela Ramaiah College of Nursing is a well-known institute for their BSc courses. These programs are delivered by highly experienced faculty who present a collection of courses like BSc and Medicine and Health Sciences and Nursing programs. The institute gives offers to students to gain proficiency and expertise in the specialization of oral pathology. And on that note, I would like to welcome our honorable dignitaries, the conference organizer, Mr. Rudrabanu Satpathy, founder and CEO, Society for Nursing Practices, Technorate Group, India. The conference chair, Dr. Carol Gert Mays, manager of Nursing Excellence, IRB co-chair and coordinator, Rutland Regional Medicine Center, United States of America. Conference secretary, Karen Cochran, professor, Blue Ridge Community College, United States of America. I would like to welcome our co-committee members of the Global Nursing Congress 2023, Palladino Francesco Pio, Administrative and Legal Nurse in Health Management, Correct Application of the Health Safety Protocol, Italy. Dr. Vimala Ramu, Senior Lecturer, Department of Nursing Science, Faculty of Medicine, University Malaya, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Dr. Vimala Ramu, Senior Lecturer, Professor Veena Sharma, Principal and Professor, Rufaida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard, Dean to be University, New Delhi. Dr. C. Kanniyamal, Dean, SRM College of Nursing, SRM IST, SRM University, Chennai, India. Dr. Eba Abdisa, Chief Academic and Research Director, Institute of Health Sciences, Wolega University, Ethiopia. Dr. S. Vasantakumari, Associate Professor, Department of Pediatric and Neonatal Nursing, Institute of Health Sciences, Wolega University, Ethiopia. Dr. Seema Singh, Nursing Director and Professor, Medical Surgical Nursing, Shalinitai Mege Hospital and Research Center, Maharashtra. I would like to welcome our eminent keynote speakers, Dr. Benjamin Joel Breboneria, Program Director, Chair for BSN and MSN, Department of Nursing, King Faisal University, Board of Commissioner for Certifications, NLN, CNE, CNECL, CNEN, National League for Nursing, Vice President, Sigma Theta Tau International Honor Society of Nursing, Saudi Arabia. Daphne Peneza, FAORN, Perioperative Services Manager, Neurosurgery and Otolaryngology, ORS, Vanderbilt University Medical Center, USA. Dr. Gail M. Elliott, Associate Professor of Clinical Nursing, Western Carolina University, College of Health and Human Services, School of Nursing at Biltmore Park, North Carolina, United States of America. Darlene B. Murdoch, Vice President, Association of Perioperative Registered Nurses, AORN, United States of America. Mr. Abdullah Ali Gala, Chief of Nursing Affairs, Eastern Health Cluster, Brand Ambassador, Nurses for Future Project, Saudi Arabia. Patriot Haryoti MD, Chairman, Quality Improvement and Patient Safety, Charisma Hospital, West Java, Indonesia. Dr. Karen Cochran, Professor, Blue Ridge Community College, United States of America. Dr. Carol Gertmayes, Nurse Scientist and Clinical Educator, Institutional Review Board Coordinator, Rutland Regional Medical Center, Vermont, USA. I welcome you all. I would like to also welcome the...
Don is speaking. Don is speaking. Don is speaking.
About that, I would like to welcome the participants and students from Rufaida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard University, New Delhi, India, Dr.Mallela Ramaiah College of Nursing, Nellore, India, SRM College of Nursing, SRMIST, SRM University, Chennai, India, SCM College of Nursing and Paramedical, Jammu and Kashmir, India. Vinayaka Missions College of Nursing, Puducherry, affiliated to Vinayaka Missions Research Foundation, DU, India. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you. I hope this conference would be a source of inspiration, innovation. Let us embark on this journey of discovery together with open minds and eager hearts. On that note, I would like to welcome our first keynote speaker, Ms. Daphne Peneza, FAORN, Preoperative Services Manager, Neurosurgery and Otolaryngology, ORS, Vanderbilt University Medical Center, USA, for her topic on the strategies for teaching evidence-based practice in nursing education. I welcome you, ma'am, for your lecture.
Thank you, Pauline, for the warm welcome. Let me just share my screen. I just would like to check, can you hear me well?
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly.
Wonderful. It is my pleasure to welcome you all. And also it is with great gratitude that I thank you for this opportunity for inviting me in this learning conference. My name is Daphne Peneza, and as Pauline have already shared, I'm currently a clinical manager from Vanderbilt University Medical Center here in US, in the state of Tennessee. And I also serve as an elected member of the Association of Perioperative Nurses in their nominating committee. I don't have any conflict of interest to disclose. After this structured learning activity, we do have the following objectives that we would like to achieve. Number one is to be able to describe the current state of global nursing education, as well as discuss potential barriers to education in the clinical setting, identify some holistic education strategies available for healthcare learners, and lastly, explore the future direction of evidence-based education. Full disclosure, this presentation is only 30 minutes total, so I may have to only give you high-level information in certain areas, but our main reference is the National League of Nurses guidance to education. All right. So as you can see, if you're going to ponder, the road of nursing quality education is long, and so long as you are a nurse or a healthcare practitioner, you don't have any other opportunity but to continue and just really learning. Nursing through the years is definitely powered by multiple opportunities to learn. You're either the learner or you can be the teacher. And so the nursing education landscape is continuously evolving. as new subspecialties open, as new technologies open. In my perioperative world or in the operating room world, we probably have a new technology almost every day, whether it's a better version of an implant or a better version of an instrument. So, but the most important key piece of education is the education landscape is getting smaller and smaller. Hence, virtual opportunities to actually share your knowledge and learn, such as what we do have right now, is a great opportunity to widen and really diversify your knowledge and also share what you know. But the most important key piece, if you're pretty much like learning or helping students learn, is to come up with what are the best resources that you can gather. So as you can see, I'm sharing one of like a slide that is an outcome of our survey way back 2020 in the middle of the pandemic, as I surveyed OR educators about what will be the best way to actually share their resources and know that they are providing quality education to their learners. So as you can see, evidence-based materials is significantly utilized by educators. And this evidence-based materials can be turned into toolkits. It can be also stored in resource library. It can be placed in information bundles. So actually, evidence-based materials link link the key essential pieces or foundation of education. So, but what have you noticed nowadays? Our learners are growing on a day-to-day basis. It is not very typical anymore to have like one specific generation in a learning group. They may probably come from different origins to a cultural background. And so therefore we cannot do like a one size fits all education strategy. But instead, the wider that we can cast the net in ensuring and capturing the needs of our learners is safer for our patients, especially if these are evidence-based education materials. So if I'm going to ask you, what would great look like if you're given an opportunity to actually design your own learning tool? So we know that from our fundamentals of nursing that it's essential for human development that we hone not only one specific area. Same is true with nurses and healthcare workers. We have to be able to have a combination of this very important tools surrounding holistic development. In fact, as I have mentioned to you, our main material from the National League of Nursing. So the National League of Nursing is actually the organization here in the US setting, and it's also highly utilized internationally. They focus on building excellence in nursing education. And NLN actually created the hallmarks of excellence in nursing education models. So, for instance, in the new curriculum of the Doctorate of Nursing Practice program, we would like to target all of the recommendations of the National League. In that way, we will be able to have like a holistic, evidence-based practitioner that can drive the future of nursing care. So, delving from this, getting some idea from this, nursing institutions, particularly academic medical centers, will utilize it to build their own practice models. So this is from one of the facility that I actually worked for, and this is from Memorial Hermann Hospital in the Texas Medical Center. As you can see, the core values is their community, compassion, credibility, and other factors of making a nurse really holistic and complete so that they can impact the community better. In addition, as you can see, this is the nursing practice model of Vanderbilt University Medical Center, the current institution that I'm currently working. As you can see, they love to utilize circles. They love to utilize, the core of everything is, of course, the patient, but also involving the family and the community. So, with that being said, we already know what great look like, right? But do we really know as well what are the potential stumbling blocks? So if you can type in the chat box, please, what do you think are the roadblocks to learning or learning success? If you can type it in the chat box. Okay, so well, as you're trying to think of what are the roadblocks, actually, I have a few summaries. Who among you are probably familiar that, weather issues are roadblocks to success, the disruption that the world is going through is roadblock to our success. Yes, I'm not discounting the fact that it can affect learning. Yes, it will. Another thing too, like, well, I'm always busy in the workplace. Like there's always issues in the workplace. So we don't have time to actually keep our staff engaged to learn. So yes, that's another roadblock. Staffing issues. We're always short staffed. There's a lot of resignation, or staff members are actually leaving out of the country, because I believe that you are based somewhere in Asia too. That's true. Another thing too, well, the negativity that just surrounds in the workplace, like people are blaming, people resisting change. They're defensive. They don't have time for like the good deed of education. These are all some of the stumbling blocks that we do have. And one of the biggest piece too that we do have right now is mental health issue. And this is tied to the series of events that just happened in the world, and people just really feeling burned out, right? But you know what? Amidst all the challenges, we should be able to find the beauty in education and utilize it to actually start dreaming big, even baby steps. We have to be able to start in investing through education. So we have to ditch all of those negativities and just really move forward. So the tool that the NLN, the National League of Nurses, is using is actually Holistic Roadmap to Excellence. And it focuses 6 essential steps. Number 1 is assessment. Utilizing, of course, some of the hallmarks of excellence that the National League have shared. Another important component is the element of collaboration. One of the things that I'm very, very proud of right now in my current institution here in Vanderbilt University Medical Center is its close collaboration with Vanderbilt University, particularly Vanderbilt University School of Nursing. So as a new leader, because I was like a clinical educator for probably like a total of over 5 years, including a few opportunities in the College of Nursing as well. And as stepping up as a new clinical manager here, I am very, very pleased and grateful that they have also opened the door for me to move forward in my terminal degree for a doctorate in nursing practice. So the close collaboration is very, very essential. So know that when you're teaching, whether um, whatever level it is, you have your team, you have your colleagues. You can ask questions. Do not start from nowhere. I know it takes a little bit of bravery for you to step up and ask for help. Another important component is communication. It is very, very essential that when you are teaching, you have to have open, clear communication. You have to also step it up. Flyers are essential. Like the messaging of what they're communicating to. Always remember, simple will last longer than complex information that you're going to share. Another important tool is quality education utilizing simulation, gaming, utilizing team building, and even real life or close to life situation. So, like for this first picture over here, we've utilized like a contest format here. This one, we made it so fun, along with mannequins and team building there. So another thing too is system support. Do not tackle the situation alone. Remember, you have a pool of leaders. There are multiple educators. So if you're not so good with, let's say, neurosurgery, go talk to experts and let them, share for an hour, for instance. If you're not that familiar for peri-anesthesia care, then you can utilize our anesthesia partners for that and other critical care nurses or our peri-anesthesia educators or nursing organizations. So it's really, really significant that we have to utilize system support. That's the only way we can sustain. Moving forward, we have to also utilize sustainable resources. The most important thing, too, for us to have sustainable resources is for us to also participate in creating sustainable resources. So during the pandemic, I was really, really grateful to help provide amazing resources for perioperative certification, sitting on the board of the Competency and Credentialing Institute for years. I was also very, very grateful to actually contribute in the core curriculum of neuroscience nursing. So other tools over here that I flashed, I highly utilize them. So research them or buy them if you can. Just always remember that learning and teaching is a progressive journey. If you will not find joy in learning and sharing, you will not be able to progress in our healthcare industry, because that's all that we do day in, day out. In fact, we even teach our patients, right? So the next few slides, I'm going to spend time in sharing to you some of the success stories that I have done through the years. This is my 10th year in perioperative nursing, and this is just like a quick summary of like what I have done for the past 10 years and how I have contributed, and also have published, presented, whether it's poster presentation or it's a podium presentation time, and how I have helped support my team in also growing in their expertise. Okay. 2015 to 2018, my first few years as a perioperative nurse, I spent time in ensuring or improving my clinical skills. But I also helped in improving the clinical retention journey of the first institution that I've worked here in the US. So, and this specific poster presentation is a summary of how we have actually reversed our unit with so many travelers and zeroed it and stabilized it for a couple of years until the pandemic. So the next part is another great strategy that I actually went to present before in the American Association of Neuroscience Nurses Conference is a team competency model utilizing, instead of escape room format. I don't have much space. We use the escape the box. So I'm the only unit educator at the time, or pod educator of like ORs, of like 8 ORs. I can't do it all. So I've utilized expert nurses, scrub techs, as well, that has volunteered. So out of that, we were able to actually teach trauma management, of how to safely utilize our new drills and utilizing an escape the box format. And we got 99% competency, like after a series of education and checkups of my team, and of course me as an educator guiding the team. Last 2020, I also had a great opportunity to harness crisis response. You probably know that every day, almost every day, probably every hour actually, the CDC guidelines actually change at the time. So as the PPE task force team leader, I was able to inspire my team not to have zero. We don't have any team member that was sick of COVID, and also empower the front lines of our critical care team on how to actually handle protected codes and how to properly don and doff like their PPE to hand during COVID. And I also collaborated with other nurse educators on the release of an AOR and journal article. So again, that's this specific year to I presented, and I also have poster presentations. For the year 2021, right after the pandemic, we focused on creative process and education. Mental health was very, very high at the time. And so that's when we have created the Cold Lilac Break. So this is our Cold Lilac cart. It's just like a little piece of fun rolling in our ORs, and sometimes too in other units when we are invited. And we also upgraded our Peri-Op 101 program. That's our residency or training program for OR nurses. And during the pandemic, we have maintained 100% completion, and as well as a really, really good retention rate at the time. Lastly, in the year 2022, when the National League of Nurses declared it as the year of the nurse educators, we have focused and continuously collaborating and focusing on campus-wide education on safety via the National Timeout Day. In the year 2022 as well, we have continuously collaborated, this time in the community setting, bringing students back to the hospital setting so that they can rotate and they can finish their classes and coursework through our perioperative elective program. So, and to wrap up the expansion program as well as other things too, I even presented at the end of 2022, actually early 2023, a collaborative Peri-Op 101 program expansion and how amazing it is. So finally, in my new life right now as a clinical manager, I am 4 months off orientation, and it is my exactly the 10th month that I am a clinical manager, I am very, very proud and honored to say that we have reversed our stats, because this is the unit that I have served right now. They don't have a manager for 3 years. So we have really improved in a lot of areas, including retention rate. No more nurse travelers right now. We have zeroed it to more than 10, from more than 10. We have also reversed our hand hygiene compliance. So we started from the red to yellow to 92% for FY23. And now, for the past 3 months, our average is 99%. So that happened because of continuous collaboration, just really leaving the leader credo of Vanderbilt, and the strategy of course, transformational and authentic leadership. So all of those were evidence-based ways of leading. So wrapping up, I'm in my few final slides. Always remember, it really doesn't matter how big is your experience or how you are really trained. One biggest piece is how you will act, because it's in your hands whether you're going to accept and open on this any of these possibilities. But I have 2 key strategies that I always utilize on a personal note. Number 1, relive the power of mentoring. Your mentors build connections. For me, my biggest mentors are the professional associations that I belong, and they are all flashed over there. And my mentors, particularly the ones that are flashed here, they have really helped me out through the years. And I am also now a mentor myself. So I'm mentoring Melanie here. So another key piece too is refocus via resilience and self-care. Yes, you can learn, but you have to also rest. And as you rest, recalculate what will be the best step for you. All right? So progress is more important than perfection. And last but not the least, life is not a race nor a marathon. It is a relay. Whatever you will see the good things that you will see from your mentors, from your educators, if you live those things and you know it by heart, in the future you will be able to pass it along, because it is a relay. We will continue to progress if we do have the heart to share what we know. Thank you. I will open the floor for questions.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your wonderful lecture. And everybody found it very useful. We can probably just give a couple of minutes if anybody wants to ask any questions, or participants, if you have any queries or any clarification that you want to make, or any comments that you want to share, you can either unmute yourself and you can put it forward, or you can put it in the chat box for us to address it. So we'll just give a couple of minutes in the meantime.
And if you do have any questions, guys, I'm gonna flash this one. That is my personal email there, and you can also add me in LinkedIn. So if you guys know LinkedIn, I'm in LinkedIn, so just ask me there. In fact, I think your team found me in LinkedIn as recommended by friends as well. Do we have any questions in the chat box?
We don't have any as of now. But that was very kind of you to share your email ID as well. So if anybody has any queries, they can directly reach you too.
Absolutely.
That's great. And I want to really thank you, ma'am, for agreeing to be a keynote speaker. And I know it's really late back there, so you've still stayed up and you've shared your knowledge. Thank you so much. If I can just still have you for a minute extra, I'd like to get a group picture of us, all of the participants
Absolutely.
together. That's great. Okay. So I request the participants to kindly turn on your video so we can get a group picture. I think, um, Darlene, ma'am, too, if it's okay. Perfect.
Hi, Miss
Okay.
Darlene.
I just wait for a couple of others also to turn on your cameras. Don't be shy. It's okay. Just one picture. Okay, in three. Okay. Okay, just make sure that you're on focus in the camera because we're seeing some ceiling and all that. You don't want to call out the name. So, okay, in case is in three, two, one. One more. In three, two, one. Okay, perfect. Wonderful. Oh, Diksha has nice balloons and decorations going on. That's wonderful. Thank you so much, everybody. Stay tuned for the rest of the lectures. Thank you so much, Ms. Daphne, for your wonderful
Thank you.
lecture. It was wonderful. Thank you. For the next keynote lecture, I would like to welcome Ms. Darlene B. Murdoch, Vice President, Association of Perioperative Registered Nurses, AORN, United States of America, for her keynote lecture on the topic Culture of Inquiry. Ma'am, I welcome you for your lecture. I think you're on mute.
Hey, 1 second.
Ma'am, we're unable to hear you.
Okay,
Okay,
now,
got it now. Yeah, got it.
okay, it finally will let me unmute. Okay, so welcome everyone. I am Darlene Murdoch, and like she said before, I am the Vice President of AORN. So I want to welcome you to the 7th Global Nursing Congress, put on by the Nursing Global Conference. We're so happy to have so many on today, and I bring greetings from Houston, Texas in the USA. There's so much going on in the world, and nursing is at the forefront. We have the influence to bring about change because we know about evidence-based practice, which is the theme of the conference, research-based practice, education, nursing perspective. We bring perspective to healthcare because of our position at the bedside and how we advocate for our patients. So I encourage you to stay involved in your nursing organizations and be involved in advocating at all levels to bring about change to help increase patient outcomes, improve patient outcomes, decrease costs, and that is across the world. So thank you for having me today. And now that I've welcomed you, we will go on and start the presentation. A culture of inquiry. Innovation begins with a question. I want to discuss with you what does the culture of inquiry mean and the many benefits, and discuss how you can lead the charge for change through a culture of inquiry. Like I said, I am a member of the AORN Board of Directors, and I am so happy to have this opportunity to be in your presence today. It is such an honor. I'm also a clinical staff nurse at Memorial Hermann Hospital, where I am a member of our high-performing trauma team. We are located in the Texas Medical Center, and we are one of the busiest level 1 trauma centers in the nation. The Texas Medical Center is one of the world's largest medical complex. Our 1,082 patient rooms, we have 1,082 patient rooms, and we have a fleet of six helicopters. And I would like to show you this video that shows why our hospital has one of the lowest mortality rates in the nation, and how our Life Flight to OR protocol stemmed from one question of how can we get patients to the OR quicker to save lives? Can y'all hear that?
Ma'am, we can see your video, but we could not hear anything like. Madam, sorry to interrupt. I'm just not able to hear the audio. Would it be possible to reshare the video with the sound on?
So this protocol, our life flight to OR process, stemmed from one question. How can we get a critically injured patient to the operating room to resuscitate them and provide surgical intervention to help save their lives? It stemmed from one question. And after we asked that question, it led to more questions. What if we could really make this happen? How can we make it happen? Who do we need at the table to make it happen? Where do we begin? What other questions do we ask? And so at my facility, we have a culture of inquiry, which means that we are always questioning our practice, even though we have one of the lowest mortality rates in the nation. We still strive to improve. We are always asking the questions. How can we do it better, smarter, safer, quicker, more efficiently, more patient-centered? We're always pursuing excellence in providing trauma care. So as you can see in that video, having a culture of inquiry leads to innovation that stemmed from one question. The success of our life flight from helipad to the OR has reduced the average time by 30 minutes. That means 30 minutes of not the patient can stop hemorrhaging, or that a tourniquet can be on a patient's limb. So this is life-saving intervention that, like I said, stemmed from one question. So working in a culture of inquiry, these are the qualities that I find that come to mind when it comes to a culture of inquiry. Everyone has an inquisitive mindset. They're creative, always thinking of solutions that might end up being innovative. It brings about continuous improvement. It's that challenge the status quo. we're always involved in quality and performance improvement projects, and we have autonomy to make decisions. We are in collaboration interprofessionally and multidisciplinary. And we believe in evidence-based practice. And of course, we must have visionary leaders. So, like I said, we must have an inquisitive mindset. In the culture of inquiry, an inquisitive mindset is welcome, it's supported, it's promoted, and the atmosphere is invigorating and motivating. Continuous improvement. When I say continuous improvement, it's a never-ending cycle. We're always on the journey for excellence. We're always asking those questions. How can we do it better, smarter, faster, quicker, and more patient-oriented? And then data is made available to us so that we can make the right decisions and know where we need to improve. And we're also aware of our key performance indicators for our hospital and for our unit. Continuous improvement. You're always asking questions about the status quo, and you have autonomy in making decisions. So let me tell you a story about one of my directors who I thought was a visionary leader. She encouraged us to come to her with all our problems and questions. So when I first started trauma, about 20 years ago, I hate to admit that it's been 20 years, but about 20 years ago when I started trauma and I worked the night shift, some of the techs would say that they didn't want to count. It was no time to count because it was a trauma. And I would argue, yes, it is time. We do have time to count. And so as time went along, I started timing them to see how long it would take to count. And so when they would say, there's no time to count, I would say, well, the last trauma I did, the tech only took 6 minutes to count. Does that mean, are you saying that you can't count the instruments in 6 minutes? So that made them think. Not only did it make them think, it started to be a contest on who could count the instruments the fastest. So I searched the research, looked into the ARN guidelines, and then we came up with the idea through our shared governance committee that we should streamline our instrumentation and streamline our count sheets to make it easier to count. And just take into consideration that this was 20 years ago. But my director listened to us. She had faith in our decisions. And now we take pride in counting on all our traumas. And I also end up writing an article. And guess what the name of the article is? Trauma, when there's no time to count. Because there are times when, like when CPR is already in progress, that we don't have time to count. So that was the name of my article. And for a number of years, they used my article as a reference for our count policy to eliminate retained foreign objects. And then now, after all these years, my article is used as a reference for ARN's guideline for prevention of retained surgical items. So I say that to say that when you question the status quo, just find ways to back yourself up, follow your passion and follow your heart and stick with it, and who knows what can happen. And of course, visionary leaders. We've got to have visionary leaders everywhere, and they must be visible and articulate their clear vision. But I had a director, my same director that helped us change the count policy, she was very open door policy, and she told us, bring all your problems and questions to me. But she said, when you come with a solution. And we was like, oh, wow. So we were always ready when we went to see her with an issue to have our own solution in hand. And sometimes she would say, you need to take that back to the drawing board. And sometimes she would say, well, I'll have to look into that. But many times she will say, well, that is doable. So one time we had a problem with the call, which is always a problem in a level 1 trauma center because we take a lot of call. So we took it to her, and many times she would tell us, take that back to the drawing board. So after many times of taking it back to the drawing board, we came up with the idea to add one nurse to the night shift to eliminate a call spot. We got someone to run the numbers for us, and we submitted it to her, and she approved it. We were so surprised. So be persistent and find the numbers. If you don't, it should be someone somewhere who could help you analyze numbers or come up with the numbers. But she approved it, and we were so excited. But the other thing about her is that she knew our names. We were night shift employees, and she knew our names. That really made us feel respected and supported. So when I reflect on when she was, because she's retired now, when I reflect on her leadership style, she was definitely a transformational leader. She really listened to us. I mean, actively listened. She tried to, she gave us permission to fail by saying, take that back to the drawing board. She just didn't say no, or that's not a good idea. She would tell us to take it back to the drawing board. So that, to me, that was giving us permission to fail. She also gave us time and to be involved in different kind of initiatives across the campus. She demonstrated confidence in us, like she made us make the decision about our count policy and about adding a nurse on our shift. She encouraged creativity, and she also mentored us and mentored others. You could see her throughout the department. She would share her knowledge, share data, to make sure that we were on top of things, that we knew what we needed to work on to improve. So culture plays a significant role in creating positive environment for success. Some even say that culture is what transforms an organization because it sets the climate, the tone, and the tempo. It's a collective mindset of we and not me. It is people working for the same goals and know what the goals are. So culture is very important. As a matter of fact, leaders create culture. And culture is what drives behavior, and behavior produces results. Therefore, culture may affect patient outcomes and quality of care. So, since culture begins at the top from the leaders, I would like to give you some tips for leading. These are the 5 practices of exemplary leadership. 1 is model the way. 2 is inspire a shared vision. 3 is challenge the process. 4, enable others to act, and 5, encourage the heart. Now, these are 5 proven practices of exemplary leadership, meaning that they are evidence-based practice. So model the way. To me, model the way is the same as lead by example. Precepting. And I'm sure most of y'all are already leading by example and doing most of these things. But precepting helps to set the moral climate of the organization or of the unit, and it helps to sustain the culture. And I've already explained how important culture is. And mentoring. Mentoring is very important. I even have a mentor at my age. Mentoring has so many benefits for the mentee and the mentor. If you have already written an article, you're already published, you've already presented, mentor others. Mostly people just need a little help getting started, or they need a little nudge. So be sure to mentor others. And if you don't have a mentor, I strongly suggest that you do. And then invest in your own professional development. Get certified. Certified means it's proven documentation that you know your stuff, that you have experience and the clinical expertise. It's a commitment. It demonstrates your commitment to patient safety and to your patients and your specialty. And also get involved in your professional organization. Again, being involved in your professional organization helps you to keep up with the latest evidence-based practice. It also helps you to get involved in your own professional development. And it helps you to be the best nurse you could possibly be. And lifelong learning. That is a commitment to yourself and our profession. It helps, like I said, you to be the best nurse you can be and helps you to keep up on the latest evidence-based practice. And then get involved in process improvement projects. That helps you to become a leader and helps you to learn more about evidence-based practice and putting evidence-based practice into your daily practice and get it in shared governance committees. I talked about how I work with my shared governance committee in helping making a positive change in my department. And then multidisciplinary collaborations. Nurses need to be at many tables as possible. They need to be at the table sharing their expertise and their knowledge. They need to be there to advocate for our profession, for themselves, and our patients. And then share your experiences. Share your experiences by writing articles, presenting at, just small things at your hospital, at chair governance committees, and then work your way up at presenting at conferences and doing podium presentations, poster presentations. Just share your knowledge, work your way up, start at the local level, move up into the state and national level, and then international. And then inspire a shared vision. How do you inspire a shared vision? By modeling the way. We're all leaders, whether we have a formal or informal title. We have the ability to inspire others. We need to be futuristic, purpose-driven, willing to disrupt the status quo, and then help. If you're the leader of anything, if you're an executive leader, the chair of a shared governance committee, help develop the strategy and communicate the vision, articulate the vision, along with that we are in this together. And then challenge the process. Now, challenge the process aligns directly with a culture of inquiry. It promotes innovation. Be the change agent, like I said, and be the head up a shared governance committee and lead the way. Take calculated risks. In these days and times, we need innovation. And sometimes innovation entails taking risks. Be open to all possibilities. Like I said, when I worked with my director and we had to go back and forth to the drawing board, we really had to step out the box and say, she keeps telling us to come back. What else can we think of? So be open to all possibilities. When we took that proposal to her, we thought for sure she was going to say, take that back to the drawing board. So, but she didn't. So be open to all possibilities. And then enable others to act. We must foster collaboration and lift each other up. We should include everyone and engage others. Actively listen. When you actively listen to your peers and those that you lead, it shows that you value them and you respect their opinion. It is so important to actively listen. And then empower others. How do you empower others? By letting them know that you have their back, that you're with them, that we are in this together. And also, if you are a leader, empower those that you lead with time to engage in other activities, in shared governance committees and multidisciplinary activities. Make sure that nurses have access to evidence-based practice and that they know what is going on in their service line or on their unit. Make sure they have the data available. And also consider evidence-based process training, because in nursing schools, evidence-based practice is not taught at the BSN level in some universities. So it's not nurses' fault that they do not know the evidence-based practice, but we should lift them up and engage them by sending them to training. The other thing you could also consider is hiring a nurse scientist. A nurse scientist will help your other nurses, educate your other nurses on evidence-based practice and show them how to incorporate evidence-based practice in their daily practice. And then encourage the heart. Genuine acts of kindness. Sometimes just a simple thank you is enough. And always give credit where credit is due and show your appreciation. Celebrate individual and team celebrations, or when something great happens. Celebrate it. Celebrate the smallest milestones. At my facility, we have a program called You Got Caught Caring. I love it. I love that name, You Got Caught Caring. So anybody can be recognized for the smallest, simplest act of kindness. It builds a sense of community across our campus, and it lets everybody know that we're all in this together. So I just want to do a summary of the culture of inquiry. It builds a foundation for continuous improvement. It sets that foundation for striving for excellence. which may lead to innovation with that creative thinking. And then it advances the science of nursing because we're able to align our interventions with patients' outcome. And it's also the first step to the evidence-based practice because it's the first step asking the clinical question. Then, of course, it improves patient outcomes, decrease costs, and ensures patient safety. So I also to remind you what the 5 practices of exemplary leadership are, because they are evidence-based. Model the way, inspire a shared vision, challenge the process, which aligns with a culture of culture of inquiry, and then it enables others to act and encourage the heart. So in closing, we have been through a lot. The pandemic has put a strain on healthcare and our nursing profession. So we must take care of ourselves, mind, body, and spirit. So I want to encourage you to lead the charge for change. Because remember the video I showed you? A culture of inquiry leads to innovation. Are there any questions? This is my personal email. If anybody would like to send me any questions. And here are my references. And these are my 2 boys. We thank you for having me tonight. It's been a pleasure and an honor to be with y'all.
It is our honor, ma'am. Thank you so much for accepting the invitation and sharing such an interesting lecture. And it was wonderful to see your 2 boys, definitely. And we are open for any questions that any of the participants might be having. Either you can just unmute yourself or you have ma'am's email ID, so you can drop your queries in there as well. Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. Once again, thank you. Have a great rest of the day.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. On that note, I would like to welcome our next keynote speaker, Mr. Abdullah Ali Ngala, Chief of Nursing Affairs, Eastern Health Cluster, Brand Ambassador, Nurses for Future Project, Saudi Arabia. Sir, I invite you for your keynote lecture, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
But I think it's vibrating. My voice is vibrating. Hello?
Yes. Yes, sir. I think there was
Yes,
a
I
bit
can
of
hear it's vibrating. Is that okay? Thanks for having me in this great conference. And I'm really delighted to present on a topic that is very close to my heart. I'll just try to share my presentation here. Can you give me the to share? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, but there seems to be some kind of a beeping sound throughout and also an echo.
Because your voice is vibrating, so I cannot hear much.
Am I audible, sir?
Hello?
Yes, sir. I think there's just some kind of an echo, but otherwise your voice is audible, sir.
Yes, I say, can you give me the, should I to share my presentation?
Yes, sir, please do. Sir, I think the noise is because there may be two devices, sir. Is there two devices that you've logged in from?
Mine is only one, not only my laptop.
If there are two devices, you have to probably mute one of them, sir.
I only have one here, only my laptop. So I don't know why it's vibrating.
Oh, okay, okay, sir.
Maybe some of your participants have got their. Shall I sign out and sign in again, maybe? Okay. Yes. It's not vibrating. So can you give me the ability to share my presentation here?
Sir, just give me 1 minute. We're trying to see what the issue could be. Just give me 1 minute, sir.
Okay.
Sir, can you unmute your mic and try to speak now?
Okay.
Uh,
I think it's not vibrating anymore.
I think, okay, sir, I think I figured the issue. I think there is another device in your name. I muted it. Um, yes, I have requested to unmute user on one of the devices.
Yeah, because we'll try to put a headset. Maybe it will be easier.
Yes, sir. I think the issue is sorted, sir. In one of the devices, if you can put that one device on mute, and in the other one, if you can speak, it will be fine, sir. Not just like the Zoom muting, but if the in the computer or laptop, in the volume itself, if you can just bring it down to zero, I think the issue will be sorted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. I think it's good now.
Yeah. So I just put a headset.
Okay, it's perfect. Okay.
Yeah. Can you give me the to share? I want to share my presentation. Right. Okay. Thank you. Can you see my presentation now?
Yes, sir.
Right. So I chose to speak about advancing the global health needs through sustainable outcomes in NASA leadership. Can you hear me? I could hear some voice. Can I continue? Hello? Hello? Can I continue?
Yes, sir. Please.
Because I hello?
Yes, sir. Uh, am I audible, sir? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I'm hearing, I'm talking, nobody's responding.
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Your voice is clear now.
What did you say? I cannot hear.
I am able to hear your voice clearly, sir. There's no
You
issue
cannot
with the
hear my
audio.
voice.
I can hear. Your voice is okay. Yeah, it's correct.
So can I start now?
Yes, sir. Please do.
Okay, so I chose to do my presentation about advancing global health needs through sustainable outcomes in NASA leadership. Just to introduce, as I've been told, I'm a NASA leader in Saudi Arabia, and currently we are doing what is called Vision 2030 healthcare reforms. So all this emanates from what we're doing. So mandate for quality, safety, and sustainable outcomes within a cost-contained structure always remain the hallmarks of healthcare success. Like it's been mentioned by many presenters in this conference, leaders who are transformative innovators are required if global healthcare outcomes are to be meaningful, value-based, and sustainable. Sustainable global health outcome will be evident in direct and indirect savings and reduced variability when things are done in the right way. So what are the objectives of my presentation? To define what is sustainability, to try at best to increase the awareness of the sustainability dimension models, describe elements to consider when developing a sustainability action plan for advancing the global health needs. So in the first place, what is sustainability? It is the degree to which an innovation continues to be used after initial effort to secure adoption is completed. It is also when new ways of working and improved outcomes becomes the norm. So what do we do to address this? We have to scale up. Addressing sustainability requires planning for scaling up, knowledge use, including the following critical conditions. We must have adequate human capacity, support financial and organizational governance and regulatory structures. So high-performing healthcare organizations are normally where sustainability is a challenge because there is just to do culture, which results in many concurrent improvement activities. In this kind of cases, the leader has highlighted that there is a continual need to prioritize project commitments systematically, to diverse those projects that produce marginal outcomes, and to complete priority projects before engaging new ones. This is in the words of Baker et al. 2008. A promising developing model is initiated as a result of sustainability being identified as a problem, because we have a lot of plans, a lot of initiatives, but the problem we're having globally is how do we sustain and maintain it? And it is a promising to aim to identify key factors which support or hinder sustainability of improvement. So we always have to stay on the way to check where are we, where should we be, how can we get there? It creates a model that practitioners could use to assess the likelihood of sustainability. And that's why we have the KPIs, and we are aiming towards like an ACO, accountable care organizations. It has to be reported as easy as it is used. And a model being used in England, normally USA, Sweden, and Norway. So this is the sustainability model from the NHS of the United Kingdom. It is centered around process, staff, and organization. And each aspect of it, when you come to the staffing, you have to have the right training and involvement that create the right behaviors, produces the right leaders, and have the clinical leadership also. When it comes to the organization, it has to fit to the organization motto and fit with goals and of the organization. While the process has to be, there has to be a monitoring of the progress, adaptability, credibility of benefit, and benefit beyond helping patients only. Because the BOSS model is a model that looks after those that are looking after the patient. So the process benefit beyond helping patients, as I've mentioned earlier, there has to be credibility of evidence, adaptability of improved processes, effectiveness of the system to monitor progress. We've been mentioning monitoring. And just to add to the staffing, training and development, behavior, senior leadership engagement, clinical leader engagement is very important. When it comes to the organization, it has to fit with the goals and the culture, infrastructure, staff, and equipment and policy. So all these are very important for advancing healthcare and sustainability. So what qualities do we need in nursing leadership for achieving sustainable outcome? It requires for a nurse leader who are visionary, transformative, and accountable. It's easier said than done, but it can be achieved with practice. Nurse leaders must engage all stakeholders and remain mindful of national and international standards and benchmarks. New care design must simultaneously pursue the three dimensions of the triple aim. That is, improving the patient experience of care, including quality and satisfaction, improving the health of populations, and reducing per capita cost of healthcare delivery, because the population is growing and the resources are becoming minimal. So all has to work together according to IHI Triple M of 2013. What makes a good nurse leader? Gallup Inc. has identified 4 distinct domains of leadership strength. We have to have an exclusive executing abilities. We have to be excellent influencers. We have to be relationship builders within our team and also strategic thinkers at the same time. What are the 5 secrets to activate transformational and sustainable leadership abilities to produce a winning team in nursing? Become a leader of influence. Leadership is influence, nothing more and nothing less. Because you have to be able to influence the authorities and those that you are representing in the leadership level. It is about influencing and empowering your interdisciplinary team to function at their best on a daily basis. It's also about creating the environment that conducive to the best patient outcomes as well as growth and productivity. Number 2, a nurse has to be encouraged decision making. As a leader, you have to take time to empower, develop, and guide your team. And you have to be someone that fosters trust. Trust is the core and the cornerstone of every great leader. Trust must be felt throughout from everyone at every angle. There must be a feeling of fairness and inclusiveness in your leadership. As a leader, you must exemplify character, connections, and consistency. And you shouldn't hide behind emails, phone meetings, be present. You have to be there. And we have to be learners to understand all the healthcare changes so that you can be ready to educate and impact your team with knowledge, empower your team to learn and grow as well. You must establish a collaborative style which includes everyone on the team with the same goal to improve patient outcome. You have to be a good listener. Listen to your team. Leaders who refuse to listen will eventually be surrounded by people who have nothing significant to say. Strive to establish a rich culture of communication with your team. Successful leaders have an exceptional ability to simply listen. Creating an avenue that your team can bring new ideas to the table is paramount and very important. So these are strategy steps. What is the winning aspiration to attain and maintain nursing excellence? Where will we play? Prioritize high volume, high impact, high adoption. How will we win? Effective strategy and plan. What capabilities must be in place? We have to have the capacity building and strategic enablers. What engagement systems are required? We need KPIs and dashboard to show what we're doing and the improvement we've achieved. Strategic priorities for sustaining nursing quality and patient safety. As I mentioned, we have to have the capacity and capability by building nursing leadership capacity and competencies in order to enable the execution of nursing quality plan. Nursing quality staff need to be equipped with the needed knowledge and skills. We have to have the structure and the framework. So in order to enable and support the execution of nursing leadership plan, nursing leadership structure and framework should be in place. We have to have an excellent roadmap to nursing excellence. That means you have to have nursing scope of service, job description, and all that. Overall, there has to be a team engagement. So NADISH Leadership Committee Council should conduct scheduled facility visits, explore issues, opportunities, leadership engagement, and staffing empowerment. How do we sustain the outcomes? So understanding the importance of sustainable care outcomes benefits any organization. Quality, safe, and value-based initiatives are implemented and sustained. And sustainability is just not a trend, but a business approach to maintain competitive operations. So these are sustainable quality care outcomes, the cognitive map. So you have to have what you need to do, the consequence and the outcomes, as is mentioned here. What do we do to sustain your improvement and standardization? There are processes that must exist to help and define and disseminate standard work, what to do, how to do it. Make sure staff know what is expected and what to do and how to do it. So have you incorporated the new way of doing things into guidelines and policies? Do you have clear roles and responsibilities for the new way? Have you considered other visual aids easily accessible to frontline staff? What is your plan to onboard new staff? All that has to be in place. There has to be accountability, because how do we know staff are continuing to practice the new way? So we have to provide the standard and seek feedback. There must be periodic review of compliance and need for pressures. As environment change and the way needs adjustment, we have to set and communicate expectations. We have to resolve for excellence, nothing more, nothing less. So what we have to have visual show of our management. So performance information is continuously available to synchronize and attention and guide current activities. So we have to continue to focus on the why. We need as leaders to beat the drum, provide simple basic data. What are the few metrics you need to continue to share? How often? Who is responsible? Start new data to get their work. So how will you provide the data? Through emails, bulletin, board, huddles, or even through newsletters and bullet areas. Because whatever is out of sight is out of mind. If you don't show what you're achieving, nobody will know that you're doing it. And we have to have excellent problem-solving techniques. Do you promote problem-solving at the frontline level? We have to ask ourselves, do you have expert resources for staff? Who are they? Have you prepared them? Who can staff go to when they have questions on the new way? So expert in anything was once the beginner. We are only what we are because we are mentored properly and we went through the right channel to get it. So when there's a problem, solution 1, solution 2, and solution 3. And don't feel overwhelmed by asking for help from anybody. Do we have escalation process? Do you have a process for staff to escalate concerns to leadership when the new way is not followed or is not working? issues that may need interdepartmental coordination or cannot be resolved by frontline staff. Do you have a plan to follow up on concerns? Leaders need to be able to address and solve barriers. There is no such thing as stupid question. I think for me, I always say I rather ask a stupid question than to make an irreversible mistake that might cause somebody's life. So sustainable outcomes in nursing leadership for advancing global health needs requires standardization, accountability, visual management, problem solving, and escalation process, like we mentioned. So what are the strategies for continuity? Continue to use the tools that are known to be effective, evidence-based. Communication between the care team is critical. So produce that kind of environment. Visual postings of unit data and algorithm, like we mentioned earlier, are very important. Have a strategy for education of new staff. Continue to perform audits, very important. Not to blame anyone, but to look forward. Continue to track and publish provider specific rate. Keep on your quality dashboard. The most important sustainability is so many things, but one of the most important factors for success is teamwork. So all I can say is for us to be able to develop and advance healthcare globally, we have to involve, engage, empower, and at the same time, we have to make sure that those that are in the line of succeeding have been acknowledged. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, my email is there, and these are my references. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The floor is open for any questions or any clarifications that you would like to ask. Participants, you can unmute yourselves and ask any queries that you may be having. There are no more questions. Then I would like to take this time to thank you, sir, for sharing your lecture and all your knowledge with us. Thank you very much,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you.
While we watch some live lectures right now, we have other three keynote speakers who unfortunately could not be with us here. But however, they have sent us their lecture beforehand, and we have a pre-recorded video of their lecture. So we're going to have it played right now for the benefit of other participants. And we will start off the first recorded presentation by Mr. Period Hadyu, Chairman, Quality Improvement and Patient Safety, Karisma Hospital, West Java, Indonesia, on the topic Recent Advancements in Evidence-Based Nursing Research.
Congress 2023. My name is Patriot. I'm a medical doctor in Indonesia. So today I would like to talk about Google customer review in healthcare settings, because we know that the digitalization in this era is really fast and we need to adapt with this technology, especially in hospital and in healthcare settings. The globalization is really changed so fast in this era, especially in the communication. And we all know that everyone have a smartphone in our hands. They can do anything that we want for entertaining, information, etc. Personal digital assistant with smartphone is really cool and really fast, and is so efficient and effective. And then finding information online with our smartphone, that can really do too. And changes in buying and selling transaction pattern based on online customer reviews. And now, if we go to some place, we we always see the word of mouth or electronic word of mouth, the review from the person that came first before us to that place. Or we can see like an email, social media, web banner, chat room. That's all is electronic word of mouth things. But now we can focus on Google review, that one of the electronic word of mouth in our era. Last time we know that TripAdvisor can give us information about hotel, about destination for entertaining and so on. And Yelp is also about a restaurant. And the product or service will be give us chance to purchase decision. Everything in this world, everything that we want to go, everything that we want to buy, we need to see first about the last consumer that bought first, or the experience of the patient that came to the healthcare settings or the health hospital clinic. Google is the most used and trusted platforms for review. Review platforms user survey from breadlocal.com. You can see that 66% of consumers use the Google site to provide reviews of healthcare providers such as hospitals. These impressive profits certainly show that local business cannot ignore the opportunity to claim and manage their Google customer review. The site asks consumers which market-leading review platforms they would most likely trust for business in various industries. This image shows that Google is considered the most trusted reviews platform for businesses across all industries. For people that have a disease or sick, it's hard to make a decision to choose a hospital. And one of the example we have is in United States. There is a Medicare.gov that gives us information about place or hospital in rating basis. So you can see at the picture there is a 2-star rating and 3-star rating in the healthcare on that place. So the people that want to go to the hospital don't worry anymore and don't confuse anymore. So they just come and take services from the doctor. Now, if you want to go place like a hospital that I talked before, from the digitalization era, the word of mouth is going with offline method. That if you tell your friend, your family that you have an experience in hospital or you have been sick for a few days, you must told them the story about your experience, the doctor, the nurse, the facility, the places, etc. And now with the digitalization era, you can take the phone, your smartphone, electronic word of mouth online, and you can type it, write it everywhere you want, every time you want. If you don't like, you can click the dislike button. If you like, you can click the like button, and you can give a random review, positive or negative. So this is my thesis in my hospital. Last time, first I saw in my hospital, there is only 2.9 star review. You can see it in the picture. And if I compare it with the hospital around my hospital is the lowest star. So I need to fix it and uh, increase the star. So I make this thesis and this research, and I would like to share with all of you in this event. The factors for choosing a hospital is so many factors. We can see that reputation, hospital image, reputation of healthcare provider, and reputation again is one of the patient factors to choosing the hospital. This is one of our research from Conning at 2012. Image and reputation of the hospital. First, corporate image describes the attributes of the company as a whole and will influence people's behavior towards the organization. Corporate image is important to create hospital value based on the customer perspective. A hospital's image and reputation are important factors in hospital selection and an excellent opportunity to differentiate a hospital from complete healthcare institution. Now, I would like to talk about the SERVQUAL, one of the methods that can give a scoring or can measure the healthcare services. There is reliability, namely a dimension that reflects the ability to perform promised services accurately and reliable. Assurance discusses the knowledge and courtesy of service providers and their ability to provide a sense of security and trust. Tangibility to measure the appearance of physical facilities, equipment, and personnel. Empathy, the level of care and attention that is adjusted from a service provider to its customers. Responsiveness, willingness to help customers and provide fast service. The Google review that we have in our hospital is was like this. Complaints regarding the cleanliness and completeness of hospital facility infrastructure. Many negative reviews express dissatisfaction with the cleanliness of the hospital environment and the limitations of the necessary facilities and infrastructure. Dissatisfaction with response time. Some reviews express dissatisfaction with the response time of hospital personnel in responding to customer requests or questions. Staff presence and concern. Some reviews highlight the hospital staff's lack of presence and concern for customer needs. Quality of medical services. Several reviews highlighted dissatisfaction with the quality of medical services provided. Clear information and communication. Several reviews expressed the need for clear information and open communication from hospital staff. And one of the research showed that service quality has a positive impact on a hospital reputation. The impact of service quality on company image is more dominant. The experience or interaction of inpatients with the services provided by the hospitals plays a major role in shaping the image of the hospital. The better the service provided and experienced by the inpatients, the better company image will be. So our hospital built a new team that called PIPP in Indonesian language, or in English language we can call it the team of providing information and handling complaints. This unit is responsible for handling all information and complaints submitted by patients. The approach used is to apply a problem grading system based on color. Green is light, yellow is medium, and red is heavy. This is in Bahasa Indonesia, hijau, kuning, dan merah. So this is our meeting. Last time we talked about how to improve the Google Customer Review rating by Zoom. So we make a QR code that could be accessed for all the patients in our hospital, and the PIPP team can approach them directly to talk and to talk about the hospital experience and give us a good rating if they would. So our target is 5-star each for each patient. And we make this into the implementation of standard operational procedure in our hospital. So the people, the PIPP team and all the units have a responsible to rising up the stars with 5-star, and all of the patients have a good experience. So we can see the result after we implemented it in our hospital with that SOP, Standard Operational Procedure of rising the Google Customer Review. We could see in the picture that from 2.9 star, it increased into 3.6 star. And this is so great result that our reputation in Google Review will looks good in all of the people that want to access to our hospital. So I hope with this new Google Customer Review rating star, the people that want to go to our hospital will be more confident to access the doctor, the nurse, and all of the facets that we have. And they could read the reviews from other patients that come first to our hospital. So what's the conclusion? This research has investigated the factors that influence Google customer review ratings at my hospital based on qualitative analysis using the SERVQUAL approach. SERVQUAL dimensions, including tangibles, empathy, responsiveness, reliability, and assurance, play an important role in shaping customer ratings and reviews. The implementation of standard operational procedures involving various parties at the hospital has succeeded in increasing the Google customer review rating by 0.7 stars from 2.9 to 3.6 stars. The service manager, head of medical support, head of nursing, marketing, public relations, and the PIPB team or Information Complaint Service Officer team play a role in creating and implementing the standard procedures operational. Develop and strengthen tangible dimensions through improving physical infrastructures and facilities to increase perception of service quality. This is what the hospital must do. Second, increase staff empathy and concern through training and development of better interpersonal communication, ensuring better responsiveness in responding to customer requests and needs, including improved response times and service efficiency, increasing service reliability through increased diagnostic accuracy, minimal waiting times, and compliance with medical protocols, ensuring service quality assurance by improving internal monitoring and evaluation, as well as obtaining relevant certification or accreditation from leading accreditation institutions. Thank you, and I hope this short presentation can give a lot of benefit and information for all of you. Once again, thank you.
I'm sure that was a very useful session for all of us. And we would like to thank Mr. Patriot for sharing his knowledge with us. The next keynote lecture we are going to listen to is by Dr. Karen Butcher, Professor, Blue Ridge Community College, United States of America. Her lecture is on the topic, the connection between nurse well-being and turnover.
And I'll be talking to you about the connection between nurse well-being and turnover. My research partner in this work is Dr. Carol Mays, and we have no conflicts of interest to declare. By the end of this presentation, you will be able to describe what it is that influences nurses' decisions to resign from their jobs and identify some strategies to reduce nurse turnover. We decided to explore turnover among operating room nurses because millions of surgeries occur every year. 71% of operating room managers report vacancies. 48% of cancellations are related to staff vacancies. The turnover rate among OR nurses is around 15%. OR nurses are also one of the most difficult groups to recruit, and then training new OR nurses can run around $120,000 US. The aim of our studies have been to explore decision-making processes of nurses who resign from an OR position. The design of our study has been classic grounded theory. We've recruited participants through social media like LinkedIn and Facebook. We also recruited through nursing organizations and through snowballing. Data has been collected through interviews and surveys. We have conducted 2 studies on this topic. The first study was for theory development to explain how nurses decide to leave a job, what makes them decide to quit. And the second study was a theory validation to see if new data would align or differ from the original data. So with the first study, we interviewed 26 nurses. We achieved data saturation with 17 interviews, but continued to interview nurses to ensure that no new information could be gained. All of the participants in the first study were female, with an average age of 53. The years of OR experience ranged from 4 to 39, with an average of 21 years. 73% of the participants were certified as an OR nurse, that's the CNOR. 35% had the CRNFA, which is the first assist certification. 77% were still working full-time, and one of these nurses had retired. As you can see here, many of the nurses remained in the OR in some capacity, but 9 have left the OR entirely. These nurses left the operating room to work in areas such as informatics, the recovery room. They work in a research department at their facility, the cath lab, infection prevention, and some even left to teach in an academic setting. 23 of the 26 nurses had left their organization when they made a job change. So this is very costly to the organization. With our second study, we collected new data from new participants using online surveys. So we had 19 participants in this second study, 18 female and 1 male. The average age was 46. Average total years in the OR was 21, and 12 of the 19 participants were certified as an OR nurse. Again, in the second study, we see that most participants left their organization when they decided to change jobs, and 6 of the participants had left OR nursing completely. So the images on this slide are simply meant to convey that participants in these 2 studies came from various states across the United States and also worked in a variety of settings. Rural hospitals, some are classified as critical access hospitals, ambulatory surgery centers, academic teaching hospitals, smaller community hospitals, or urban settings. And so we have a sampling from across the U.S. and a whole variety of hospital settings. We analyzed the data following classic grounded theory methodology. We used constant comparative analysis to analyze the data. With the first study, we conducted interviews. They were recorded. We downloaded transcripts and listened to those recordings individually and separately. We coded the transcripts and grouped those codes into categories. With the second study, the data was collected through online surveys. We downloaded that data into an Excel spreadsheet and followed a similar process. We individually read through the data. Participants were able to free text their answers to the same open-ended questions with the online survey. So we read through all that data, coded the transcripts, grouped those codes into categories. So with each of these studies, we engaged in peer checking for our interpretations. We went back to participants to confirm our interpretations. And through this process, we identified theoretical codes and also a core category. So once we engaged in the member checking and they agreed with our interpretations of the data, we felt confident that we had accurately identified these categorical theoretical codes that you see here on this slide, the codes that emerged as factors that influence the nurse's decision to leave a job were physical well-being, emotional well-being, career development opportunities, work-life balance, the culture of the organization, as well as the culture of the department that they worked in this case, the operating room, and then compensation, which includes not only their wages or salary, but also other benefits such as paid time off. So these were the codes that emerged through our analysis. In both of our studies, these are the themes that emerged. Amongst the 6 theoretical codes that we identified, nurses discussed workplace culture most frequently when describing their decision-making processes for resignation. Nurses talked about incivility in the workplace. They did not feel valued and respected by their leaders or surgeons, and sometimes even their coworkers. They talked about leaders that lacked OR experience. This impacted the leaders' decision-making because if they didn't understand the work of the operating room, they didn't make wise decisions about the operating room. Some of the leaders also lacked basic leadership skills. They had poor communication skills, and they also did not listen to the nurses' concerns about safety. Other theoretical codes or themes that emerged through this data were compensation, which includes pay and benefits. Nurses struggled with work-life balance. They want opportunities for career development, such as learning new skills or advancing into leadership positions. And nurses discussed how stressful the OR is, which impacted their emotional well-being, and that the work is also highly physically demanding. Findings from the second study validate findings from the first study. What we've come to learn is that there is no simple reason to explain perioperative nurse turnover. It is complex. The factors that ultimately lead nurses to leave their job are influenced by department culture, which is influenced by the larger organizational culture. And within that context is the immediate environment and circumstances that support either nurse turnover or nurse retention. The factors that supported turnover were lower compensation, and that includes pay rates and benefit packages, fewer opportunities for career advancement, such as professional growth through gaining new skills or knowledge, or taking on new responsibilities, such as QI projects. Also, lower states of physical and emotional well-being and poorer work-life balance. All of these things support turnover, and nurses deciding to leave their jobs. So the opposite is true for retention. A work environment that supports nurse well-being, offers opportunities for career advancement, has better work-life balance, and better compensation packages will support retention. So here we have, in a nutshell, the dimensions of nurse well-being influence their decisions to leave an OR position. And those dimensions of well-being include physical and emotional well-being, career development, work-life balance, organizational and departmental culture, along with compensation. The recommendation is to assess your organization for these factors which are associated with turnover and address any of these factors that you discover. As far as education, we are working on that here with this presentation. It's important to raise an awareness around what it is that contributes to nurse turnover and strategies to reduce it. We need continued research on the topic. I encourage those interested in this area to test interventions aimed at reducing turnover and to disseminate those. And within your organizations, establish policies that would support nurse turnover. Now, there are always limitations with research, and this study is no different. We have limitations of recall and response bias. There's also the opportunity for a self-selection bias amongst the participants, and it was a convenient model, so it relied on volunteers. We do not have representation across the U.S. and definitely not internationally. Since we're in the U.S., we only had one male across the two studies, and we did not compare ethnicity across participants. Based on study findings, we recommend the following strategies to address the issues that influenced the decision to quit their job. By protecting and supporting well-being, we can potentially reduce turnover and increase retention among nurses. So we encourage you to create a work environment that supports emotional and physical well-being. Encourage respect and value of all team members. Work to eliminate incivility and bullying in your workplace. Ensure that the leaders possess the necessary skills to make good decisions for the OR. Set expectations amongst your employees for positive work environments and teamwork. Ensure that you have adequate staffing in your departments and adequate training for new nurses so that staff are able to take their vacations as needed. Protect a work-life balance. Again, adequate staffing can help to protect work-life balance because it allows the nurses to take their vacation time and it allows them to take breaks while they're at work as well. These next few slides present references for our work. I greatly thank you for your time and for listening to this presentation.
We express our thanks and gratitude to Dr. Karen Kuchran for sharing the keynote lecture. The final keynote lecture is by Dr. Carol Gertemays, nurse scientist and clinical educator, institutional review board coordinator, Rutland Regional Medical Center, Vermont, USA, on the topic enhancing sustained productivity for nurse scientists through frontline research.
And I am honored to once again to be participating in the 2023 Global Nursing Congress. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you today, so I have been asked to make this recording. So once again, I am coming to you from Vermont in the USA, and I'm here to talk to you about sustained productivity for nurse scientists through frontline research, but coming at it from the perspective of an actual research study based on frontline needs. So that's research studies, surgical attire guideline adherence decision making. And my research partner, Joanne Adams, and I did this study together. So let's move forward. As you can see, we have no conflicts of interest. And by the end of this presentation, our hope is that you'll be able to understand how enhancing sustained productivity for nurse scientists can be accomplished through frontline research. So let's start off with a story. And of course, because this topic speaks to frontline research and really promoting the continuation of this type of research, we're starting off with a research study that comes from the staff nurse perspective or anybody working in the operating room. So as you can see, one of my colleagues here is looking at the various pieces of attire that can be worn during surgical procedures. And the perplexed look on his face is the fact that there are a variety of attire components that can be selected. But some of the attire components do not necessarily adhere to the surgical attire guidelines that are put forth by the Association of Perioperative Registered Nurses. So how do you decide what to wear? Should he wear hospital laundered scrub jackets, or can he wear the scrub tops and pants that he's laundered at home and worn in to the hospital? What sort of head covers should he wear? You know, there's different sizes. To what degree of head hair coverage will it cover? And what type of shoes, or should he wear shoe coverings? All of these questions arise because of the situations that you run into when you're working in real life. And it's these questions that stimulate that research, that when these questions arise, we should promote pursuing those research topics when there is that lack of evidence. And as you can see, again, there's even another type of headgear, that a cloth hat, again, washed at home, should you wear it? And again, same thing with the jackets and the scrubs. So what about the background from this study? As you can see, this is a personal story working in the operating room, seeing this day in and day out, individuals adhering to the guidelines to varying degrees, whether it's covering some of their head hair, covering their facial hair, or not covering their facial hair, where the guidelines say facial hair should be covered and that head hair should be covered. And the recommendation that the surgical scrubs be laundered at a hospital-approved facility. But seeing individuals walk in from outside the organization with their scrubs that they put on at home and laundered at home, and then going into the operating room and doing procedures. So that's that personal challenge, but that's that you encounter on a day-to-day basis. And do you have that support to approach these individuals? but it's also the reality versus the guidelines. We know what the guidelines say if we're familiar with the AORN guidelines, but then also, what about the surgical site infections? Is there a link anywhere between adhering to the AORN guidelines and the reduction of surgical site infections? What is that information? And then there is the thought with this study that was just done as to whether or not the original theory that was proposed back in 2020 that was published in the AORN journal holds up, where that study only looked at interoperative team members' decisions to adhere to the guidelines in New England. Does that theory that's been proposed hold up across the rest of the United States? So two different layers with this study here. So as with any research process, what you want to do is you start with that research question, and those research questions stem from those real-life situations. How do interoperative team members outside of New England decide whether or not to adhere to the entire guidelines? And is that original theory trustworthy? Meaning, does the original study that focused on New England interoperative team members, does that still relate to how interoperative team members outside of New England make those decisions? So with that in mind, Dr. Adams and I followed the same research methodology as with the first study. So we followed the basic classic grounded theory design. We obtained our IRB approval, and then we began our recruitment of participants by using social media, message boards, and the snowballing technique. And then we started gathering our data through audio recorded phone interviews, which we did independently, and we randomly assigned each other to those interviews. And then, as you can see, our participants that we had in this study, this follow-up study, we ended up with 15 participants, and you can see the characteristics of those participants. The majority were female, and then the total years in the OR, they range from 3 to 38, with the average number of years in the OR is 21. And then the majority of individuals who participated did have a specialty certification. And with all of this information, you can see that these individuals that participated had the experience that was required to be able to provide really clear answers as to some of those thought processes to help answer the research questions. And then the work characteristics. From the participants, we had a variety of interoperative team members, be they staff nurses, managers, directors, educators, clinical nurse specialists, but we also had a surgeon and we had an anesthesia provider. And in the prior study, there was no anesthesia provider. So a nice mixture, so a variety of perspectives of the interoperative team members. And then from the different facilities, we had a nice mixture of individuals from a variety of facilities. So we felt really good about the participant characteristics. And as you can see, the participants came from 11 different states outside of New England. So that was great, a wide range of different individuals, and again, from the different settings. When we went through the data analysis, Dr. Adams and I both individually listened to all of the interviews after we did our original interviews by ourselves, during which we took our own notes and made memos. But then we went back and re-listened to all of the interviews individually, took additional notes, made additional memos, and then we reviewed that constantly. And after each interview that we listened to, we compared the information or the data that we gained from the prior interview with the next one. So that's that constant comparison analysis to see what information was new and what should we look for in the next interviews. And then upon completion of that, those interview recordings that we listened, we organized the data, we coded the data, and then we created categories of those codes, and then started looking at, okay, how do they meld together? We did all this independently, and then we came together and compared our notes and find that our findings individually aligned. We were finding and identifying the same categories, and we felt that they were aligning in the same way. And then based on the recommendations from an expert in classic grounded theory, we then compared our findings to the previous studies to see, was there any new information gained from this study outside of New England to the findings from those in New England. And we found no differences. They all aligned. So we felt really good that our findings were aligning with the proposed theory and demonstrating the trustworthiness of that original theory. So in the end, how do interoperative team members decide to adhere or not adhere to the surgical attire guidelines, and specifically, outside of New England, but ultimately altogether? It's based on these categories. All of these categories come into play and influence those decisions. You have personal identity. Somebody's a rule follower. Somebody needs to be warmer than another. Some people feel like we need to look good. Critical thinking comes into play. Do I have time to follow the guidelines to the T when there's an emergency patient coming through? Evidence quality ranks right up there in the fact that looking at, we have these options. Is there really solid empirical evidence linking adherence to these entire guidelines to surgical site infections? Well, the evidence isn't really high, so that can influence their decisions. And then anchoring activities, individuals coming through and recognizing interoperative team members for adhering to the guidelines and supporting others, and also providing just updates and reminders. Oh, don't forget, these are the guidelines, these are the updates to the guidelines. Resources, do we have the components of the surgical attire that we need in order to be able to follow the guidelines? In this current age, we know that there are back orders for supplies and equipment. So if you don't have a certain supply that you need, such as a beard cover to allow coverage of facial hair during a surgical procedure, how can you completely adhere to the guideline? So if you don't have those resources, and are those resources readily available during an emergency situation? When you have a critical patient coming through the doors, needing surgery immediately, do you take the time to run across the OR department to grab the specific sort of mask or beard cover that you need? You have to weigh those pros and cons. And again, that also links back to critical thinking. How easily accessible are there? Culture is another one. If the culture in the department is such that individuals are afraid to speak up and prompt others to, hey, go ahead and tuck in some of this hair so that we can reduce the potential for a surgical site infection, or they're fearful of saying something, then the adherence may be less. Guideline awareness, this was a big one. And with guideline awareness, what this encompasses is the education about the surgical attire guidelines. And with this study, this theory, it talks to the AORN surgical attire guideline. The AORN guideline is a nursing guideline, and thing to think about is that your interoperative team members come from a variety of professions. You have surgical technologists, you have physicians, you have anesthesia providers. You also have ancillary staff that come from radiology, and not just nursing. So all of these individuals have their own guidelines to follow, and they don't all align. They're not all the same. So do we expect the surgeons to be educated in school about the nursing guidelines? No. And what came up during the interviews and was really eye-opening to me was the fact that anesthesia providers who are nurses, so the nurse anesthetists, we think they're nurses, so they should know the AORN guidelines, when in fact, unless those nurse anesthetists had worked in the OR as a perioperative nurse before going to anesthesia school, they're not taught about the AORN guidelines. Nurse anesthetists who come from outside of the OR are taught under the medical model, and so they have very limited knowledge of the AORN guidelines. So again, there's that lack of knowledge, and all of these different guidelines, again, don't meld. And then authority. When participants talked about leaders coming through, they were more likely to adhere to the guidelines because their leaders might say, hey, you're not doing this. Or if a regulatory agency came through, such as Joint Commission or the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services, everybody would follow the guidelines to a T, but then as soon as those regulatory bodies left, they were back to, okay, we're going back to reality. So those are those individual categories. But tying all of those categories together under classic grounded theory is typically one core category. And what came back over and over again, which you may have come to realize, is that critical thinking was identified as that core category. Because that critical thinking is that process of weighing, okay, what's the risk versus the benefits of adhering, not adhering, what should I or shouldn't I do, and to what degree. So that core category was identified as critical thinking. And then with the theory itself, that was developed in the 2020 study, through theoretical coding. And this is the model that was developed. And you can see it's the weighing of those categories, those influencers, to determine to what degree the interoperative team members would decide to adhere. So how much influence do each of them have? So the answer to the primary question, how do interoperative team members decide to adhere or not to adhere, is decision-making related to the surgical attire guideline adherence is influenced by critically evaluating and responding to multiple factors, those categories. And after weighing the influence of these factors, the team members decide to what extent to adhere or not adhere. But then the secondary question was, did it demonstrate trustworthiness of the original theory? And as you can see, and as you heard, it did. The original theory held up extremely well. The notable findings in this follow-up study was that these factors or these influencers of the decisions to adhere or not adhere relate to the categories. The guideline awareness, to how aware is everybody of the various guidelines? What is that influence of the leadership of the regulatory agencies when they're present and when they're not present? What about the availability of the required attire components? And do we get reminders of what we should be doing? What is my personal drive to make sure that I adhere to the guidelines? Some individuals are more dedicated to following those guidelines to the T than others. What's the culture? Again, if it's a very relaxed culture, you just go with the flow. You see that, okay, it's acceptable to have hair hanging out. Okay, then that's okay. I'm not going to say anything. And then I start loosening my adherence also. And then the evidence quality. You know, how strong of evidence does what I do help reduce the surgical site infection rates? If it's not very strong, I'm probably thinking may not be extremely important to adhere to the guidelines. And then that critical thinking is balancing all of those components to make that final decision. The literature also supports the theory, and that's a component of classic grounded theory, is going to the literature to see if the literature supports it. It serves as another data source. And in the literature, decision making, again, talks about being influenced by multiple factors. Critical thinking influences decision making because it helps individuals weigh those multiple factors. And so then critical thinking and decision making are tied together in the literature. So as you can see, the literature definitely supported the theoretical model and the theory that was proposed. So the study's significance, it expanded the initial study beyond New England, and it definitely demonstrated this theory's trustworthiness, meaning that the results of this original 2020 study that was published, that theory holds up across the rest of the United States. So with that, then some decisions and actions can be taken. Implications for this study and for any research study that starts at the front line, at the bedside, is when you finally get the results, then we need to act on it, not just answer the question and have it there, but then we need to act on it. We need to make policy that says, based on the research, these policies need to be put in place. Should we require everybody to cover all head hair? Should we require everybody to cover all facial hair? And then have everybody do the same thing. And that's where interprofessional guidelines come into play. Like I mentioned, there are a variety of guidelines that are out there. In fact, I tallied 8 different surgical attire guidelines in one shape or another, from AORN to the American Colleges of Surgeons, to the Association of Surgical Technology, to the Association for the Prevention of Infection and Control, to the nurse anesthetists and the anesthesia providers also. There's so many different guidelines. Why not have one set of interprofessional surgical attire or surgical site infection prevention guidelines so that everybody can come to one source, one point of truth, and then everybody is on the same page so that we can do what's right for the patients and not have questions about, okay, what does this group say? No, my group's right, your group's wrong. We need nursing education. We need to make sure that everybody that works in the OR gets that education about the attire guidelines. And then we need to make sure in nursing practice that we recognize these factors that influence their decisions to adhere to the guidelines. And when we go to support somebody to improve their adherence, understand the reasons why they may not be fully adhering, and come at it from that perspective and say, hey, they may not have the education, so let me give them the education, or they may have just forgotten, or it may be an emergent situation. But then there also needs to be additional nursing research, and one of the big components for research with, in particular, surgical attire guidelines is determining whether there is a link, an association or not with surgical attire guideline adherence and surgical site infections. Right now, the evidence is not high quality. It's very difficult to do randomized control trials because of the potential impact on patient outcomes. But we're intelligent. We can come up with different research studies to improve that quality of evidence so that we can make those best decisions and then pull everything together. And again, this entire study stems from the bedside by listening to staff members, by watching staff members and seeing what's going on and answering questions. Limitations: there weren't any ancillary staff that were involved in this study, such as radiology, technologists, any potential company representatives that are in the rooms during the procedures. Not all states were represented. You have to recognize that. We did only phone interviews, and sometimes that can limit individuals' willingness to share information, in particular when they know that they're being audio recorded. However, we felt very confident that the participants were being very honest. In particular, I remember one individual saying, "Well, I'm throwing myself under the bus. I guess it's okay to say this." And that's good that we were getting very honest answers. We did offer a $100 electronic gift card that we were going to perform a random drawing for those who wanted to provide their email addresses and to be followed up with. And so that could have enticed some individuals, but we felt very confident with the quality of evidence that we received that that was not the primary reason the individuals participated. And then we did look at particularly not-for-profit hospital organizations, whether they were ambulatory surgery or not. And when we attempted member checking, we did not have any participants. But again, with comparing our findings with the original study, we still felt confident. So our conclusions with the study that are based from the bedside are that surgical attire guideline adherence decisions are multifactorial. We need an interdisciplinary OR guideline committee. We really do, so that everybody is on the same page and we're not going from one organization to another and we're not fighting over who's right or who has the better evidence. We need to examine the relationship between the guidelines and surgical site infections, and we need to standardize those expectations and the adherence by all organizations. In particular, we heard from participants that said, "Well, I work at this facility and they're really rigid about their guideline adherence, and then I work at this other facility and they're much more relaxed." Why the difference? Again, when individuals work at multiple facilities, which is the reality these days, that can again cause confusion and lead to decreased adherence. So here's two pictures of two individuals with whom I work, and they were very willing to model some really great ways to adhere to the guidelines and some not so great ways. And while the picture on the left looks completely out of the norm with the face mask pulled down, hair out, and outside coat on, the reality is, over the years, and I've been with surgery for over 30 years, I've seen individuals try to get by with not all of it together like this, but I have seen individuals go into the OR with an outside jacket on. I've seen people have their mask down way too low or not on well, and hair uncovered. So it does happen. But remember, when we're deciding what we should wear, we need to have that research to understand the truth, what is correct. So we're going to circle back to the relationship to enhancing sustained productivity for nurse scientists through that research. What it boils down to, and as this quote case study shows, is that we need to follow these unanswered questions. Staff and ourselves have these questions. Why do people and our teammates not adhere to guidelines? Why do we do this? Why don't we do that? Where's the evidence? And if we don't have it, we need to move forward and not just accept the fact that there's a lack of evidence. We need to be proactive and search for that evidence through research. And sometimes that takes reaching out to a mentor or an individual who does research and partner with them, not just have that individual do the research, but work with them, because the frontline staff have the best knowledge about what is going on, and it can help make sure that the studies are very solid and realistic. So we need to listen to everybody, and we need to pursue those questions. And that's how we can sustain those nurse scientists on the front line. So with that being said, I want to thank you for your time, and I wish you well for the rest of your conference, and thank you very much. And here are my references.
We thank Dr. Carol Gurmaze for the wonderful lecture. On that note, we are wrapping up all the keynote presentations, following which we will have the paper presentations from the participants. Just a few reminders and instructions. The oral presentations will take place for 8 minutes plus 2 minutes for the discussion. And for poster presentation, which is 4 minutes of the presentation and 1 minute for the discussion, I request all the participants to kindly follow the time limit. So at the end of 7 minutes, you will get a reminder. So following which you have to complete the rest of the presentation in the next 1 minute. Okay. All the presentations will be happening here. So I request all the participants to stay back. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the paper presentations will begin. Sudeshwar sir, can we begin the session?
Yes, ma'am. Just give me 2 minutes. I'll be
Okay,
on.
sir, sure, sir. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Can we start?
Yes, Sanjay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. I welcome all the participants to this scientific session. But first off, I would like to welcome the session chair, Mr. Siddheshwar Angadi from Tirthankar Parshnath College of Nursing, Tirthankar Mahavir University, Moradabad, Uttar Pradesh, India. I welcome you, sir, and I thank you for accepting the invitation to be a session chair. We are really looking forward to this technical session, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
A warm welcome to the participants as well. Again, a gentle reminder to please make sure that you are following the time limit. On that note, we'll be following the agenda for the order of the presenters. I would like to invite the first presenter, Ms. Abhilasha Tiwari from Rajendra Institute of Medical Sciences, Ranchi, India.
Thank you, ma'am. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I, Abhilasha Tiwari, is here for my paper presentation today. So, introduction. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
The clinical introduction. The clinical learning environment, CLE, is a crucial component of learning process in nursing education because nursing is a skill-based profession. Clinical learning environment, CLE, plays an important role in enabling nursing students to develop their professional skills, competencies as they pursue to become registered nurse. Nursing student satisfaction is considered as an important factor contemporary nursing education that enhances students' professional responsibilities and desire to choose specific specialties to be subsequently employed within. Therefore, this study was designed to assess the level of satisfaction of the students with their clinical learning environment among nursing students in a selected nursing colleges and school of Ranchi, Jharkhand. Statement of the problem: a study to assess the level of satisfaction of clinical learning environment among students in selected nursing schools and colleges of Ranchi, Jharkhand. Objectives of the study are to assess the level of satisfaction of clinical learning environment among nursing students and to find out the association between the level of satisfaction of clinical learning environment with selected demographic variables. Hypothesis: there will be a significant association between the level of satisfaction of clinical learning environment and the selected demographic variables. Research variables were satisfaction of nursing students and demographic variables were age, gender, type of accommodation, permanent residency, course of study, year in which they are studying, type of institute, type of hospital to which your college or school is affiliated, type of hospital in which exposure for clinical learning environment is given, the clinical supervisor is available in your ward, do the students get opportunity, all the ward rotation uniformly. Literature review was done. First, according to literature review related to level of satisfaction of clinical learning environment among nursing students, literature review related to perception of clinical learning environment among nursing students, and literature review related to challenges of nursing students in the clinical learning environment. Research methodology. Research approach was quantitative approach. Research design, descriptive research design. Research study. Study was done in College of Nursing, RIMS, Ranchi. Population was all undergraduate nursing students. Sample: undergraduate nursing students of selected nursing colleges and schools of Ranchi. Sample size: 100 samples were taken for the main study based on this given formula. Sampling criteria, inclusion criteria: nursing students who have exposure in clinical learning environment for at least 1 year and nursing students who are present while conducting the study. Exclusion criteria: basic BSc nursing student first year and nursing students who were not willing to participate in the study. Data collection instrument, reliability and validity, demographic performer and clinical learning environment supervision nurse teacher scale, that is CLEST scale. Validity of the instrument was done. The tool had been validated by 7 experts and the reliability of the instrument, the clinical learning environment supervision and nurse teacher scale, CLEST scale, have a reliability coefficient range from 0.81 to 0.95. The clinical learning environment, CLEST scale, have been used in 50 different countries and translated into 30 different languages. Data collection method. After taking administrative permission from the principal of College of Nursing, RIMS, Ranchi and an informed consent from the participants, data was collected using CLEST scale. Ethical considerations were taken off. Administrative permission was taken from Principal of College of Nursing, RIMS Ranchi. Permission was taken from DRC. Administrative permission was also taken from School of Nursing, RIMS Ranchi. Then permission was taken from Camilla Standard Lane, who is original developer of CLEST scale, and got agreement for using this scale. An informed consent were obtained from nursing students who had participated in this study. Data analysis was done in the following headings. Section 1, frequency and percentage distribution of selected demographic variables. Section 2, percentage of level of satisfaction of nursing students towards their clinical learning environment. Section 3, association between clinical learning environment and selected demographic variables. Section 4 was regression analysis. Then majority of the participants, that is 86%, were from 21 to 25 years of age group. All 100% participants were females. All were residing in hostels. 59% were from rural permanent residency. 71% from basic BSc nursing and 29% from post-basic BSc nursing. Most of the students were from BSc nursing third year, that is 46%. All the students from government institute, 100%, and the affiliated hospital type was teaching person, that is teaching hospital, that is 100%. Type of hospital was government in all the participants. Availability of clinical supervisor, 42% was there. Opportunity to get ward rotation is 76%. Then percentage of level of satisfaction of nursing students towards their clinical learning environment. Under the clinical learning environment, most of the students were partially satisfied. That is 54% students were partially satisfied. Then 29% were undecided, 20% were fully satisfied, 2% partially dissatisfied, and only 1% were fully dissatisfied. Then with the supervisory relationship, only 50% were partially satisfied. Then 22% were undecided, 20% were fully satisfied, 7% partially dissatisfied, and 1% fully dissatisfied. Then with the role of clinical supervisor, 46% students were partially satisfied, 22% undecided, 22% fully satisfied, 9% partially dissatisfied, and 1% fully dissatisfied. Then the correlation, the association with the age was found to be 0.018 p-value, so it was significant. For course of study also it was less than 0.001, so it was significant. Year of study also the chi-square value is 0.001, so it was significant. Clinical supervisor is available in your ward, that is also significant. And opportunity to get all ward rotation was also found to be significant. So there was significant association between selected demographic variables and the clinical learning environment. Regression analysis was done and the estimate value under the category of undecided partially satisfied was highest among the age group more than 25 years. Estimate value 10.747 and p-value was less than 0.01. Course of study basic BSc nursing, estimate value was 10.805 and p-value was less than 0.01. Year of study fourth year student, estimate value 4.017 and p-value was less than 0.01. Availability of clinical supervisor, sometimes estimate value was 20.1.46 and p-value was less than 0.01. Opportunity to get all the ward rotation, estimate value was 19.308 and p-value was less than 0.01. Under the category of partially satisfied, partially dissatisfied was highest among the age group between 25 to 25 years. Recommendations and implications. Recommendations of the study are: for the ward in charges, ward managers should encourage registered nurses in their clinical learning environment to view clinical teaching and supervision as one of their responsibilities and as a means to improve and attain quality nursing care. Ward in charges should ensure that the orientation of nursing students takes place and the ward nursing philosophy is clearly defined so that the nursing staff and students have a common understanding. For the clinical tutors should design a program for clinical accompaniment and visit students in the clinical setting, often for guidance through clinical accompaniment, the clinical tutor can identify the student's need and ensure that the students have reached their clinical placement outcomes. The clinical tutor must stay updated with the current knowledge and skills related to the clinical practice. Institute of Higher Education, the recommendation can be given to the institute or hospital for regular in-service training for registered nurse on clinical teaching and supervision of nursing students to facilitate learning. Future research, same study can be conducted in large samples by using probability sampling techniques so that the findings can be generalized. These were the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhilasha, for the nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. I just had one, what to say, point to be discussed with you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, in most of your tables, I noticed that nearly 1/3 of your participants were giving the responses of undecided.
Yes,
So
sir.
what do you think the reason might be there? Of course, the values say that, but what do you think may be the reason behind those undecided options being picked?
So maybe like they are going for regular clinical posting. So some might be feeling okay, like this only we will be getting the clinical experience, and some might be feeling like we can get better opportunities also. So that could be the reason that is undecided. And sometimes they might be scared also, like if we will say something like opposite of the institute, so it might go in wrong way. But we have kept their identity, like we have not revealed their identity, but then also it might be in the mind frame of the students.
Right. Okay. So the floor is open for any questions or discussion. Anybody wants to ask anything to Abhilasha? Okay. So I think there are no questions. So we'll move on to the next speaker, I guess.
So
Thanks, Abhilasha.
I'm your student also. I'm current PhD scholar of TMU.
Yeah, I know.
So I'm happy, very much happy. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
See, excuse me, can I interact? Hello?
Yeah, sorry?
Most of the time she has said that is only 20% of the students are satisfied, and most of the students are not satisfied. And what is
Yes, ma'am. Please proceed.
What is the reason, and what are the lacunae or gaps that are existing in the clinical learning?
Ma'am,
yes,
like they have
Abhilasha.
told, yes, I'm answering.
Yeah.
Like maybe, ma'am, they are not satisfied with the clinical learning environment. Maybe the infection control practices are not so good because it's a like state government hospital and it's not that much updated. I can say like that. Means number of bedded is more, but might be, and like with supervisors also, they only 46% were like satisfied. So we will be discussing in the college like what all we can do for better improvement in this clinical area.
No, being the medical college, government medical college, and
yes,
when there is a number of cases will be available for learning experience, and
yes,
it is student initiative who has to take to learn the different skills. The tutors who are accompanying them, however they force, but on the part of the students, there should be a interest and a motivation, is it not?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It should be.
So here we have to motivate the students, the available resources or the opportunities to make use of in a proper way, and to be skill oriented, or they should be able to learn better skills that are needed for their improvement of their profession.
Yes, ma'am. Definitely we will work on it, ma'am. We will try to motivate the students more and more, and we will also work more and more.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Abhilasha.
Thank you,
So I'd like
thank
to
you.
call upon the next speaker, G. Pramila, who will be
The
talking
next
about
presenter
identification of the
G.
gaps.
Ramaiah.
Yeah.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Please start, Pramila.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So good afternoon, sir.
Yes, yes. Good afternoon. Yeah.
So today my presentation on identification of gaps in anthropometric measurements among tribal Anganwadi preschool children, sir. So in
Pramila,
this,
would you like to share your PPT or anything?
yes, sir, I shared, but it's not
No, I think we
visible,
cannot
sir.
see. Yeah. No, visible.
It's not sharing, sir.
Okay. Maybe you can work out on that. Until then,
Yes, sir.
can
Yes,
I
sir,
call
I
upon the
will
next
tell this.
speaker? I'll call
Okay,
the
sir.
next speaker. Until then, please get ready.
Okay,
Dr.
okay, thank
Jayanti,
you, sir.
Dr. Jayanti, madam.
The next presenter of the day, Dr. Jayanti. Jayanti ma'am, are you there?
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you're
Yes,
audible.
ma'am, we can hear you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
If you permit, I can start my presentation, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Please proceed. Please proceed.
Sure, sir. Can you see my slides, sir? Now?
Not yet, ma'am.
So just a second, sir.
Sure. No problem. Yeah. Yes, ma'am, now they are visible.
I think that is I was checking.
Yeah.
Go to front. So is it visible, sir, now?
Yes, I'm visible.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, all and all present here. First of all, I thank this organizers for giving this opportunity. I am Dr. Jayanti, Principal Srinarayana Nursing College, Nellore. This is my topic here. It goes like effectiveness of nurse-led bundle care therapy on symptoms and quality of life among women with pelvic organ prolapse. OBG is my specialty. That's what I've taken this topic for my presentation. Let me move on. So almost half of Paris women over the age of 50 experience pelvic organ prolapse, in which lifetime prevalence is between 30% to 50%. And almost worldwide, it is 225,000 women undergo pelvic organ prolapse surgery every year, but little is known about the long-term effects of the surgery and pelvic reconstructive method. According to a study done in India, more than 1/3 of women who underwent hysterectomy were under 30 to 49 years of age. And in 40 years of age, the percentage of women under the age of 40 who had undergone a hysterectomy was found to be much higher in the southern states, particularly Telangana 47% and in Andhra Pradesh 42%. Hysterectomies were more likely to be performed on women from low-income families and those without any health insurance. This is the data available from our state.
Jayanti, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, sir.
Can you please put the slides on the slideshow?
Yes, sir.
I don't think the slides are moving. Okay, maybe on my screen they are stuck, I guess.
So right now I am in the statistics page, sir. Can you see that, sir?
No, for me they are stuck. Anyway, please proceed. No issues.
Madam, can you maximize your screen?
Yes, madam, I have maximized. Yeah, full screen only it is there. Showing here. They could not see full screen.
The slides are not moving actually for me.
Just give me a second.
Yeah.
Slides are not moving. The slides are not moving. So now, is it okay, sir? Whether it's you can see the slides? I am in the page which shows objectives of the study. Now is it okay, sir?
Still not.
New share. No, they could not leave it. Source passed. Can you start from the beginning? Sure. So now is it okay, sir?
It is still the same for me, but anyway, I think we can proceed if it is taking time.
I think this more we can do it. Yeah, let it be there. Sir, it is coming. Huh? Still again. So shall I continue?
Please
So,
continue, ma'am.
yes, sir.
Yeah.
The primary objective of the study was to assess and compare the pre and post test level of symptoms and quality of life among women with pelvic organ prolapse, both within the group, like control and the experimental group, and to draw conclusion about the efficacy of the bundle care, and also to compare certain socio-demographic variables based on the supportive studies. The secondary objective is formulated. So these are the research hypotheses. There will be a significant difference in the post-test level of symptoms among women with the pelvic organ prolapse within and between the two groups, control and experimental group, and significant post-test difference in quality of life between the control and experimental group will be seen among the women. And women with the pelvic organ prolapse will show substantial post-test differences in symptom severity and quality of life. For a range of socio-demographic characteristics between the group and within the group. So this is this was a nursing and conceptual framework I've adapted. Weidenberg's theory I've adapted for my study. So my study was conducted in our own hospital, gynecopedy, and the sample size was 160 women for control and 160 for the control experimental group. The nurse bundle care therapy, which included like PowerPoint presentation, yoga therapy, and pelvic floor muscle training, and guidance and counseling on the dietary management for these prolapse uterus women. Women who were included in this study is only who are clinically diagnosed grade 1 and grade 2 prolapse. So this is description of the tool, section A, which contains demographic variables, which had two parts, one with the demographic variables, and other part B consists of all clinical variables with the BMI, parity, mode of delivery, menopausal status, family history of any pelvic organ prolapse, grade of pelvic organ prolapse, and section 2, which I used a standardized scale for assessing the pelvic floor problems. So pelvic floor impact questionnaire was used, which was 4-point Likert scale that measured the impact of bladder, bowel, vaginal symptoms on pelvic floor, which has 7 items in each category. And section 4 also a quality of life scale for pelvic organ prolapse women, which had 20 items with 5-point Likert scale, like physical, social restrictions, personal connections, emotion and sleep and energy areas were taken for study purpose. This here I have mentioned about my intervention protocol, nurse-led bundle care therapy, as I already mentioned, which had 4 components. One was the regular teaching session with a PowerPoint presentation, and also I have given some information booklet to the participants, and pelvic floor muscle training, which was demonstrated, and we were asking them to re-demonstrate whether they are doing it in a correct way, and special focus on yoga were taught to them for 6 days a week for 5 weeks, and booklet were distributed to them. So actually the entire bundle care therapy was conducted for 4 phases: interviewing phase, implementation phase, which consists of particularly in this stage pelvic floor muscle training and Kegel exercise were taught to them each week, 2 days per week, for a total of 4 weeks. Privacy maintained throughout the session. Appointments with the gynecologist were scheduled in advance and lasted from around 20 to 25 minutes for any immediate symptom relief if any present. The first session consisted of general instruction for 20 minutes, explaining the purpose of the study with the booklet, education booklet on bundle care therapy with a simple illustration about the grades of pelvic organ prolapse and pelvic floor muscle training, Kegel exercise, and various yoga poses, which will be followed in the slides. So this is the entire therapy, which included all this Kegel exercise and bladder strengthening exercise also were individually taught, and with group wise, like it was monitored whether they are performing in a taught manner. And this is the yoga pose particularly.
Hello, ma'am. We could not
Chantan, I
able
think
to
you're,
hear you, ma'am.
yeah, the audio is lost, I guess.
Yeah. Ma'am, are you there? Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, I think she lost the connectivity.
Yeah, we can call back Abhilash, I guess, if she's ready. Sorry,
Yeah.
the next one, Pramila.
Pramila.
Yeah.
Pramila, ma'am, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you present now, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Please start sharing your screen, ma'am.
Ma'am, is visible, ma'am?
No, ma'am, we can't see your slide.
It is a technical issue. It is not a connector, ma'am. Can I wait?
Okay, ma'am. Can we move to the next participant, sir?
Yeah, please. I think Anjali Kashi.
The next
Ma'am, it
presenter
is
of the day,
not-
Anjali Kashi.
A very good afternoon to one and all. Very good afternoon to the session chair.
Good afternoon, good afternoon.
We are Sushmita and all my friends.
Good
So let
afternoon.
me share the screen. Is the screen visible?
Yes, ma'am. Is it visible?
Yeah.
Okay, let me put it on the slideshow.
Slide, yeah.
Yes. So the topic of my presentation is a study to evaluate respectful adolescent care in terms of adolescent satisfaction with nursing services. So we know that adolescence is such a period where we are neither considered as children nor as adults. And we all have gone through that stage when we ourselves, we do not understand what all things we are going through. So India has the largest adolescence population in the world. And although considered a healthy phase of life, adolescents do have several issues requiring medical care. The adolescents in India, they suffer from nutritional deficiency and infectious diseases, and also mental health problems. Like smoking, drugs, and alcohol use are also a significant health concern among adolescents. Alcohol use is a major risk factor and accounts for 7% of the dailies among 10 to 24 years old. Most regular smokers initiate smoking before the age of 20 years. That mostly happen during the adolescence only. and develop the habit over a lifetime after they become addicted. Drug abuse is also a contributing factor for unemployment, poor health, accidents, suicide, and mental illnesses. Adolescence is a habit-forming stage and also a habit-forming age, and many of them develop risk factors for future non-communicable diseases like diabetes, hypertension, cancers, etc. Developmentally, too, they are different from children and adults. On one hand, they require supervised independence, and on the other hand, they need privacy and confidentiality in the healthcare. Thus, the need of adolescents in the healthcare delivery system varies. Adolescents and young adults would accord the key changes in the health and its determinants later in the life. The Lancet Adolescent Health Series in 2012 reported that adolescents are more exposed to substance abuse, sexually transmitted infections, and other risks than in the past, in addition to facing other emerging challenges such as social media. Adolescence is such an optimal time to target health-related behaviors, as the interventions behaviors will have more time to take effect and thus will maximize the impact on enhancing an individual's health in the years ahead. Adolescence is the time period where nurses need to be very cautious while providing care, as their needs are different from a child and an adult. And training on such issues will help the nurses in understanding the concept of respectful adolescent care, and thereby they will be skillful in handling the issues related to the adolescents. The concept of knowledge sharing has now expanded because of the sophisticated communication. Therefore, this study is an attempt to provide training to nurses on respectful adolescent care, and nurses' interpersonal communication skills, knowledge, clinical skills, and awareness of developmental processes of adolescents play a vital role. Nurses should provide care in such a way that adolescents are satisfied, and they should feel free to turn to the healthcare facilities in case they need help. In India, adolescents contribute to the majority portion of the population. It's a healthy phase of life, but there are many problems which adolescents face, and these issues require medical attention. For example, infectious diseases, nutritional deficiency diseases, and mental health problems. Adolescents are not expressive, and due to lack of knowledge, nurses are not able to provide care as per their individual needs. Therefore, adolescents find it difficult to contact healthcare providers when they are in need of care. Lack of respectful care is one of the major reasons why adolescents opt to consult their friends and search on media instead of approaching nurses and doctors. As nurses are the ones who are with the patients 24 hours. Therefore, nurses should be able to provide care which is satisfactory to the adolescents. Adolescent satisfaction level is of utmost importance because if this age group of the population is satisfied, then they will turn to the healthcare facilities to seek help and guidance, which is the need of the hour. Therefore, investigators felt a dire need to conduct this study where satisfaction level of the adolescents is assessed after training of nurses on respectful adolescent care. So the objectives of this study were to assess the satisfaction level of the adolescents with the nursing services in the control group, to assess the satisfaction level of the adolescents in the experimental group after training of nurses on respectful adolescent care. Here, quantitative quasi-experimental research approach with pretest post-test design was used. Purposive sampling technique was used to select 30 nurses, and 30 adolescents were selected using consecutive sampling in the experimental group and control group from 2 different hospital settings. Administrative approval was obtained from respective hospitals. An informed consent was taken from each study subject. They were assured of anonymity and confidentiality of the information provided during the study. The tool that was used was structured opinionaire to assess the satisfaction of adolescents in terms of care given by the nurses working in selected healthcare settings. Next, let's have a look on the results. So here, we can see that in the experimental group, 60% of the adolescents, they were in the age group of 10 to 15 years, where in control group, 73% were in the age group of 10 to 15 years. In experimental group, 53% were female, and in the control group, 63% were male. Then, in the experimental group, 60% of the sample were in the class of 5th to 8th, and in the control group, 73% were in the class between 5th to 8th. And if we look at the place of residence here, we can see that 86.7% they were residing in Delhi, and in the control group, all of them, they were from Delhi only. Then family income in the experimental group, here we can see that 66.7% their family income was less than 5 lakh per year, whereas in the control group, 57% of the sample, their family income was more than 5 lakh per year. Then regarding the number of siblings in the family, in the experimental group, 80% they had more than 2 siblings, and in the control group, 93.3% had more than 2 siblings. So this is the pre-test level of satisfaction scores among adolescents. Here we can see that in the experimental group, in the pre-test, 60% they had moderate level of satisfaction, whereas in the control group, 21% had the moderate level of satisfaction. And none in the control group as well as in the experimental group, they had high level of satisfaction. This is the post-test level of satisfaction scores among the adolescents. Here we can see that 70% of the samples in the experimental group, they had high level of satisfaction, whereas in the control group, 90% they were in the moderate level of satisfaction. This is the comparison of satisfaction scores of adolescents in the experimental and control group. Here we can see in the experimental group, the mean that was raised to from 28 to 36 from pre-test to post-test, and it is a significant difference. We can see here that the pair t-test was used, and we can see here that there was a statistically significant difference at the level of 0.001. In the control group, in the pre-test, the mean was 29.20, which was raised to 30. So this difference was not that much significant. So let's move on to the discussion part. Nowadays, quality of healthcare services, which is expressed by the satisfaction of patients and their families, is a challenge for modern healthcare systems. And the assessment of satisfaction with nursing care is an important part of the integrated quality management system in the modern healthcare facilities. Because of the unique developmental needs of the adolescents, providing thorough, sensitive, and compassionate nursing care can be a challenge both for the pediatric nurses in an outpatient setting and for the nurses in a general pediatric inpatient setting. Results of the present study showed that adolescents admitted in a selected healthcare setting gave lower score of satisfaction before training of nurses on respectful adolescent care. And this can be due to emergency hospitalization of the adolescents, maybe lack of the physical and mental preparation of the parents and adolescents for hospitalization, lack of knowledge of nurses regarding respectful adolescent care. As per a study done by Cironi S. Collicares G, hospitalized children were highly satisfied with the behavior of the healthcare providers and the medical and nursing care that was provided, which are consistent with the findings of the present study, where satisfaction scores of adolescents were high after training of staff nurses on the respectful adolescents. A study conducted by Anaba et al. Demonstrated that most adolescents were satisfied with the quality of care in the adolescent-friendly health facilities. This is one of the few studies that have assessed adolescent satisfaction with the quality of care. Findings of the present study are in contrast with the study conducted by Anaba et al., where adolescent satisfaction score was low before training of nurses on respectful adolescent care. So it was also found out that overall satisfaction with the quality of care was significantly influenced by the availability of health information material on respectful adolescent care. So thereby we can conclude that there is an increase in the satisfaction level of adolescents with the nursing care in the experimental group, where nurses were trained on respectful adolescent care, where in the control group satisfaction level of adolescents was low. Therefore, it can be concluded that statistically there is a significant difference between experimental and the control group satisfaction score post-training. So these were the references. So thank you so much for your patience listening.
Thank you, Anjali ma'am, for the nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
And indeed, respectful adolescent care is, I think, one of the burning issues, because especially the Gen Z are very sensitive to any kind of feedback or any kind of dissatisfaction. Anyway, I was having one concern, like, did you find any statistical data where this much percentage of adolescents were dissatisfied, or which made you feel the need for the study?
So actually, this is the topic for my PhD thesis. And the study, the result which I presented today was one of the secondary objectives. But yes, unfortunately, very few studies are there in Indian context if we see that that were done on respectful adolescent
Okay.
Adolescent care, especially on nurses. I have found out the studies which were done on other healthcare professionals in the in the other countries, but in India, I did not find much studies on the respectful adolescent care. And when I asked staff nurses, they were not aware of this concept. Respectful maternity care, they all know. They are aware of that, but adolescent care, respectful adolescent care, they're not aware of. So,
okay, and one more thing, I just wanted to know your opinion because you're anyway doing a doctoral study on that. Like, as you have done now, what the adolescent care is from the perspective of nurses, do you think is it equally important that we bring this topic from the parents' perspective or from the guardian's perspective? Because the issues begin from home as well sometimes.
Yes, definitely it is, and I have included this in my PhD also. Yes, parental part also. Yes, definitely it is very important because the parents are equally important, and they play a vital role in the upbringing of their children, and foundation is set at home only. So for healthy adolescence period, we need to train parents also.
Okay. So anybody from the participants would like to talk to Anjali or ask any questions to her? If not, then thank you, Anjali ma'am. So for your presentation, I think we can ask Jayanti ma'am to come back again if she's ready.
Yes, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I'm Jayanti here.
Yes.
Sorry, yes, there is a breakdown, power shutdown here.
No.
Shall I continue, sir?
Yeah, please.
So I go with that. I'll continue with that. Care bundle kit. This is where I think I stopped. So this is various asanas were taught to them individually because I have also undergone training in this yoga therapy for a year. So this was much useful for them, and initially they were a bit hesitating, and slowly I've got them make them interested to do this yoga therapy, and they were following very sincerely. And this is continuation of this thing. And this is I myself involved in the demonstration. And as I mentioned earlier, guidance and counseling were also given on these areas where high fiber diet, which will prevent or minimize the problems related to constipation in relevance with the pelvic organ prolapse. In the follow-up phase, every 2 weeks, I myself call the women in the experimental group to check the regularity of pelvic floor muscle exercises and also yoga practices at home, as well as to discuss any other issues. And women in the control group were also given for routine hospital care for the management of the pelvic organ prolapse and related symptoms. Collected pre-intervention data were used as a baseline, and subsequent assessments were made, conducted at 3 and 6 months interval in the gynecological outpatient department using the same tools for the both control and the experimental group. And these are the study findings when they compare the symptoms, prolapse symptoms after the intervention. Within the group and also between the control and experiment group, it was found significant with the results. Both the analysis, parametric and analysis report showed it was really significant results shown in the experimental group within and also between control and experiment group. And when it comes to quality of life also, only one area where women who had a bit of education and awareness showed much interested in practicing this yoga asanas and took guidance and counseling very sincerely. There was a significant improvement shown in the quality of life when it came to education part. And association was post-test level of vaginal impact, the vaginal problem impact among women with their selected demographic variable, which was my secondary objective. Here with women who had more of a vegetarian pattern of diet thing, they also showed significant improvement in the post-test level as quality of life concerned. And these are the association found in the post-test group. There was no connection between the age category and the pelvic floor distress score. though the severity of the score was less, in the experimental group compared to the control group, and this showed that all the age groups are equally benefited by the intervention. An association was found between the education and the post-test level of impact of bladder categories, that is P-0.01 level, which are significantly associated. Association was also found in the education and the dietary pattern, which was shown in the previous tables. And this was also like my study reports also supported with the previous studies, relevant study findings, where the comparison level of symptoms in pre-test and post-test of control and experimental group also were found. Comparison of pelvic floor impact on bladder and pre-test and post-test of control and experimental group. The present study findings, which showed average pelvic floor bladder effects for the trial and control group are 14.1.8, 13.81, and post-test level were showed a significant disparity. This was also supported by the study by Mr. Kumar et al. The study conclusion demonstrated that conservative care of stress in urinary incontinence, including strengthening of the pelvic floor muscles, were much more helpful as well as the less extensively easily controllable. And the effectiveness of bundle care therapy on symptoms among women with pelvic organ problems here. This comparison also was found in both the experimental group with the same author. The study conclusion demonstrated that conservative care of stress, urine incontinence, including the strengthening of the pelvic floor muscles, may be helpful as well as the less extensive and easily controllable. This, as I discussed earlier, the symptoms were having impact on all three areas, vaginal area, bladder, and bowel area. So all these study findings also had a supportive study, which had proven effect that bundle care was more effective. So the diagnosis of prolapse often causes anxiety and distress, and symptoms can also add to the negative experience of this diagnosis. Easy lifestyle adjustment like stopping smoking, decreasing weight, and monitoring diet and fluid intake can have a positive impact. Knowledge of the problems and its impact and how to handle the stressor will help to relax the stress and improve quality of life. So prolapse is often mentioned as a key complaint by women seeking care. An individual may be motivated to seek help in order to restore some function through the nurse-led care. The study emphasizes the necessity of raising awareness among women and educating nurses about prolapse and how to treat it in a nurse-led clinics at an early stage. Bundle care, which included actions between 3 to 5 actions. Like in my study, what I followed, like, a PowerPoint presentation, some demonstration of pelvic floor muscle strengthening and yoga therapy. Maybe like this kind of bundle care may be adapted for any diseases where women particularly fail to attend OPD or postpone that management aspect, can be benefited by this kind of nurse-led bundle care clinics and various therapies. So these are the references I had. This is my PhD study. I have shown only one aspect of my study component. Thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity to present this topic to today's conference. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the nice presentation.
Thank
And
you,
I can understand, since it was your PhD study, a lot of things have been done
Yes.
in the bundle care.
Yes,
One obvious question would be like, what were the challenges you faced when you did so many things all by yourself?
First, the important challenge was this study I've started when the COVID pandemic was that was the first time.
I see.
So getting sample was much more difficult because our hospital was converted totally for COVID care hospital. No one we could contact, only telephonic interview, very few samples. Participants were coming. Initially, I found very difficulty to collect the sample.
That's what.
And that was a major problem I encountered during.
So how did you overcome all these issues, ma'am?
Then it was prolonged, sir, because I should have finished my study 2 years, 1.5 years before, but I could finish only this year, sir, because of this problem. That was the major problems. Otherwise, participants' cooperation and executing my interventions, everywhere I got support from my hospital and my management. There was no problem at all. Only thing, getting people attending my clinics, that was the difficult thing. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Anybody from the floor would like to talk to Janti ma'am? Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
I
sir.
think we can move on to the next speaker.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Next, I'd call upon G. Pramila from Government College of Nursing, Nellore, India, for her oral presentation. Ms. Pramila?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you
Ma'am,
hear me?
can I orally I can present, ma'am, because the screen is
You
not
don't have
sharing,
your...
ma'am.
1 minute. I'm closing the screen of Dr. Jayanti. Can you kindly close your screen? Dr. Jayanti? I'm stopped.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yes. Pramila, can you share now?
Yes, ma'am.
Now is it okay, ma'am?
We can't see it. We can hear you.
Yes, ma'am. Is it visible, ma'am?
Not yet.
Is it visible, ma'am?
No, not
Hello?
exactly. No, we could not see.
Madam, can I orally present, ma'am?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can go ahead. Mr. Siddeshwar, is that okay?
Yeah, okay.
Yes. Yes, Pramila. Kindly at least try to make yourself visible by turning on your video.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you can start now.
Yes, ma'am. Today, my presentation on identification of gaps in anthropometric measurements among tribal Anganwadi preschool children, ma'am. This is my topic that is in under my research study, ma'am. That is green leafy vegetable mix powder. My study was green leafy vegetable mix powder for mitigation of anemia among children. That is preschool children, ma'am, 3 to 6 years, attending tribal Anganwadi centers in Nellore district, ma'am.
Excuse me, Pramila, you're not addressing me. Kindly address Mr. Siddeshwar. He is evaluating your session. Okay?
Okay, ma'am. So, coming to my objectives, sir, to select the mandals having a tribal population in Nellore district of Andhra Pradesh, sir. That is, I selected 15 Anganwadi centers in Nellore district, and to identify the preschool age children 3 to 6 years with anemia in tribal Anganwadi centers in Nellore district using selected clinical and biochemical methods, sir. And to identify the locally available green leafy vegetables for a green leafy vegetable mix powder that is rich in iron, vitamin E, and vitamin B9, etc. So this is to formulate and formulated and prepared and standardized green leafy vegetable mix for control of anemia in children. To test the GLV mix developed for nutrient composition, shelf life, pH, and microbial assay. Then coming to my today topic, sir, that is gaps in anthropometric measurements among tribal Anganwadi preschool children. In the topic, anthropometric measurements serve as predictive tool to ensure optimal growth as well as identifying malnutrition condition among the growing preschool children. So, in between the difference weight and height in between the boys and girls found to be the most important essential anthropometric measurements to assess the health status of the preschool children. That is especially in the tribal areas who usually have limited access to health care. So, based on this background, the present study made an attempt to undertaken anthropometric measurements among tribal NRD tribal preschool children who were attending the Anganwadi centers. So coming to introduction, anthropometric measurements serve as predictive tool to ensure optimal growth as well as identifying malnutrition condition among the growing preschool children, that is the 3 to 6 years. So weight and height found to be the most important essential anthropometric measurements to assess the health status of preschool children, especially in the tribal areas who usually have limited access to health care. And this, based on this background, the present study made an attempt to undertake anthropometric measurements among tribal Anadi population. So the investigation was conducted at SPSR Nellore district of Andhra Pradesh in the age range of 3 to 6 years with 3 different age groups of 3 to 4, 4 to 5 and 5 to 6 years. The total sample size was 400, which comprised of 200 boys and 200 girls. The weight and height measurements were compared against WHO reference median standards and identified the corresponding gaps by calculating the differences in terms of percentage gaps. So in this, the observations revealed a definite increment in weights and heights among both boys and girls with a progressive age. So the mean weight in boys was respectively in the 3 respective age groups. Whereas the mean weights in girls were noted slightly lesser than the boys, but age-specific differences were not different significantly. So the gaps in the weights identified slightly higher in girls, which was about 1/4 deficit than the girls' reference standards compared to the boys. So in this, similarly, the mean heights were also noticed to be raised with increase in age both in boys and girls, but slightly comparatively girls were of shorter height. The differences calculated showed significant differences only in the young group and eventually in the total tribal preschool children studied as total mean of in the boys and girls. So then compared to weight gaps, the existing gaps in the mean heights were observed to be deficit about -7.43 plus or minus 4.8% in boys and 8.36 plus or minus 4.46% with significant differences at a 5% level. So the findings well demonstrated wider gap in the mean weights and through the gap in heights was less also need to be considered to educate the community, specifically mothers and caregivers for bringing optimal growth in the tribal preschool children. So this is about my topic, sir.
Okay, fine.
Sorry for
Thank
the
you, Pramila,
inconvenience.
for the
It
presentation.
is a technical issue, sir.
Okay, no issues, no issues.
So thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Anybody from the group would like to ask anything to Pramila? Okay, I think we can move to the next one.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
I'd like to call upon Ms. Usma Anju for her oral presentation from Rufaida College of Nursing. Sir, on your presentation, she will be on 12th.
12th, okay.
Yes.
Fine.
Good afternoon to all. Is it visible? Slide is visible?
Your slide is visible. Can you just place it in a full screen mode?
Yes, yes, sure. Okay. Now it's fine?
Yes, ma'am, exactly. You can go on with your presentation.
Okay. Myself, Usma Anju, faculty from Rufaida College of Nursing, Jamia, Hamdard. My topic for presentation is a descriptive study to assess the awareness of tuberculosis and adherence to dose therapy among the tuberculosis patients in a selected community in New Delhi. Tuberculosis is an infectious disease which is caused by a type of bacteria called Mycobacterium tuberculosis. It mainly affects the lungs. It is a contagious disease and it can spread the other parts of the body. Tuberculosis, long known to be a major cause of morbidity and mortality throughout the world, and has for the past several decades been a neglected disease in both industrialized and developing countries. Approximately 1/3 of the world population is infected with Mycobacterium tuberculosis. In the past decade, an average of 2.5 to 3.2 million cases were notified every year globally. Need of the studies. According to WHO, tuberculosis is the leading cause of death from a single infectious agent. In 2018 alone, there were 1.5 million deaths and 10 million new cases globally found, and among whom 500,000 had rifampicin-resistant tuberculosis. The annual rate of decline in tuberculosis incidences is still much lower than what would be needed to end the TB epidemic by 2030. Tuberculosis, especially in developing countries, is a major threat to human health. The pathogenesis of tuberculosis remains poorly understood, and less than 5 to 10% of individuals infected with Mycobacterium tuberculosis will develop clinical disease. So awareness of people regarding tuberculosis infection, treatment, and prevention can reduce the transmission of disease and will also effective in reducing the burden of disease. So objectives of this study was to assess the awareness of tuberculosis among the tuberculosis patients in a selected community in New Delhi, and to assess the adherence to DOTS therapy among the tuberculosis patients in a selected community in New Delhi. So methodology. The quantitative research approach was used for this study, and descriptive research design was taken. The setting which was chosen for this study, that is Community Health Center, New Delhi. And the population, the tuberculosis patients above the age of 18 years were included. The purposive sampling technique is used, and sample size is 140. Tool is structured questionnaire to assess the awareness on tuberculosis and adherence to DOTS therapy, which was divided into 4 parts: the demographic profile, clinical profile, and a structured questionnaire to assess the awareness on tuberculosis, and a structured questionnaire to assess the adherence to DOTS therapy. The data was analyzed by using descriptive statistics. So result of this study, the table shows frequency and percentage distribution of awareness on tuberculosis. Awareness score was categorized into three parts, that is fully aware 16 to 20, partially aware 11 to 15, and not aware 0 to 10. So the majority of the participants, the frequency 74 was partially aware, and followed by 34 not aware, and 32 was fully aware. Then this table, the frequency and percentage distribution of adherence score of tuberculosis, and adherence score is divided again into 3 categories, that is adherence 9, partial adherence 5 to 8, and non-adherence 0 to 8. So in this, the adherence, the frequency was 9, and partially adherence frequency was 35, and non-adherence, that was 96. So discussion. Tuberculosis still possesses a major public health threat worldwide due to lack of awareness and non-adherence to the treatment. A similar study was conducted by Swarna Bagchi et al. They investigated the determinants or poor adherence with anti-tuberculosis therapy among tuberculosis patients in Mumbai, India, receiving directly observed treatment short course therapy. And according to this study, out of 530 patients, that 451, that is 84%, were adherent, and 87, that is 16%, were non-adherent. And findings of this study conclude that about 1/5 of the patients were non-adherent. So conclusion drawn from this study, that is the majority of the subjects were partially aware, and the study also elucidates majority of the participants, that is 68.57%, were non-adherent to DOTS therapy. Though the population is partially aware of tuberculosis disease, their adherence to DOTS therapy was not satisfactory. And it was also observed that misconceptions regarding the disease still exist among the study population. There is need to provide essential knowledge about tuberculosis to the general population, and stress should be laid upon making the population adherent to DOTS therapy to increase effective outcome of the therapy. Implications of this study: the nursing practice, there is a need to develop the reference material for the tuberculosis patients, which will serve as reference guide for them and will enable them to manage the various problems faced by them during course of treatment. Community health nurse should involve themselves in elucidating the community at large regarding tuberculosis, its infectious nature, and importance of DOTS treatment. Nursing education: nurses encounter patients suffering from tuberculosis in many different settings of healthcare system. The management of clients with these conditions must be emphasized in course curriculum of various nursing programs, giving due importance of psychological aspect of tuberculosis patients. The nursing education program must be oriented towards primary healthcare approach and thus enabling prospective nurse to well prepared for assist clients and community at large to focus improve their knowledge. Recommendations: the study can be replicated on large sample of tuberculosis patient in different settings for making broad generalization. A comparative study of patients can be done at different DOTS center. An explorative study can be done to identify the coping strategies among the tuberculosis patients. A study can be done to identify the factors influencing the compliance in pulmonary and extrapulmonary tuberculosis patients and devise the strategies to improve compliance. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Uzma, for your presentation. Any questions from the participants? Okay. Okay, then we can move on to the next speaker.
Okay, sir. Thank you, ma'am. The next presenter of the day, Vaishnavi Sharma. Vaishnavi, ma'am. Vaishnavi, ma'am, are you there?
I think she has left. She has dropped some message in the group.
Okay, sir, we'll move on to the next presenter.
Yeah.
The next presenter of the day, Nisha Devi.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm here only. Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Yeah.
A very good afternoon, sir, and one and all present
good
here.
afternoon. Yes.
Let me share my screen first. Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am. It is visible.
A very good afternoon, one and all present here. Nisha Devi is here today for my paper presentation. So the topic was a pre-experimental study to assess the effectiveness of self-instruction module in terms of knowledge regarding polycystic ovarian syndrome among undergraduate students of selected University of New Delhi. The authors was me, Nisha Devi, Ms. Nikki, and Ms. Salika Saher. So the introduction was women lifespan includes a number of degrees and milestones, which basically includes infancy, childhood, puberty, marriage, pregnancy, and menopause, which is quite significant. Menstrual issues are familiar amongst younger girls. These deserve a meticulous consideration as uncorrected menstrual issues may critically impact daily life routine and quality of life. Around 4 to 10% of the female community experiences PCOS, although the prevalence is higher for India, approximately 20 to 26%. The background of the study, it is a rising obstacle among adolescents and women of the reproductive age group because of the transitions in the food choices and their styles of living. Polycystic ovarian syndrome affects an estimated 8 to 13% of the reproductive aged women, and up to 70% of the affected women remain undiagnosed worldwide. Hence, there was insufficient knowledge of students regarding PCOS and its symptoms, and the lifestyle choices may drive to PCOS. Delay in the detection of PCOS may cause metabolic and reproductive abnormalities related to it. The need of the study is to aware the undergraduate female students that occurring in the late adolescence group regarding PCOS who do not belong to medical profession. Numerous female students attending the colleges and university experiences changes in their diet as they adjust to new eating habits and schedules. College can be a challenging period for several female students, and increased stress levels can derange the delicate balance of hormones in the body. This can contribute to the development of PCOS. The objective of my study was to assess the pre-test knowledge of undergraduate students regarding PCOS, to develop a self-instructional module on PCOS for undergraduate students, to evaluate the effectiveness of self-instructional module in terms of their post-test knowledge scores among them, and to determine the association between the pre-test knowledge scores of undergraduate students with their selected demographic variables such as age, course of study, type of family, and mother's education status. The methodology used was the research approach was quantitative approach with the pre-experimental one group pre-test and post-test design. The setting was selected schools of Jamia Hamdard, and the population was undergraduate female students of non-medical courses who are studying in first year, and the sample was BBA students, BCom students, BA Honors Islamic Studies students, and BA Politics and Governance students. The sampling technique used was stratified random sampling technique. The sample size was 70, and the independent variable was self-instructional module, and the dependent variable was knowledge regarding polycystic ovarian syndrome. The tools and techniques used were, there was a self-instructional module as an intervention, and for knowledge assessment, structured knowledge questionnaire was used. This was analysis and showing the description of demographic variables of undergraduate female students. It shows that majority of the students were in the age group of 19 to 20 years of age, with their height mostly occurring in 156 to 160 centimeter of the range, and the most of them were having the weight range of 51 to 55 kgs of weight, and most of them were in the normal BMI range according to their weight. And the course of the study, most of the female students were from BA Honors Islamic Studies with nuclear family, and the dietary pattern. Most of the students were having the non-vegetarian dietary pattern, and the age at which their periods started. Most of the students have started their period at 13 to 14 years of age, and their menstrual cycle was regular. Most of the students have regular menstrual cycle, and most of the students have their mother's educational status. Was found that most of the students were having graduated mothers. And the previous source of information, it was mass media, which is more prevalent among them, which act as a source of information for them. And most of the students were not having any of the symptoms related to PCOS, which are the significant symptoms. So this is all about the description of the demographic data. This is the next section reads about the knowledge of undergraduate female students regarding PCOS. So this is a comparison between their pre-test knowledge and after the introduction of self-instruction module, we have compared their post-test knowledge. So among this, the pre-test knowledge score was in the good category. It was found that 37.1% were having good knowledge, 50% were having average knowledge, and 12% were having poor knowledge. And their post-test knowledge depicts that 84% were having good knowledge after the introduction of the self-instruction module. 14% were having the average knowledge, and it was found that only 1.4% of the students were having poor knowledge. This represents the effectiveness of self-instruction module on knowledge of PCOS. So it is basically a difference between the mean pre-test knowledge and mean post-test knowledge, and it was found that the t value was found at 15.065, and next the data represents in the above table 3 shows that the t calculated value is 15.065, which is greater than the t tabular value at 0.05 level of significance. Therefore, we reject the null hypothesis and accept the research hypothesis. And our research hypothesis was that there will be a significant difference between the post-test knowledge and pre-test knowledge. And the null hypothesis was that there will not be any significant difference between a pre-test knowledge and post-test knowledge. So here we found the difference, and we reject the null hypothesis and accept the research hypothesis. Next, this is the association between the pre-test knowledge score of undergraduate female students with their selected demographic variable. So we have compared the knowledge score with age, and it was found that the p-value was 0.199, which is more than 0.01 level, 0.05 level of significance. And in the course of study, it was found that it is less than 0.01, which is significant. And next is type of family. So it is not significant, and in the mother's educational status, the value was 0.611, which is not significant at 0.05 level of significance. So this was the association. Next, the conclusion was the pre-test score showed that majority of undergraduate students had good knowledge on PCOS, and 50% of the students were having average knowledge, and 12% of the students were having poor knowledge, and the mean knowledge score computed was 17.79. And after we have given the intervention, which is the sim, so it revealed that the post-test score showed significant increase in the knowledge of undergraduate students. 84.2% were having good knowledge, 14.2% were having average knowledge, and 1.4% were having poor knowledge. And the mean knowledge score computed was 24.09. So here the sim proved in improving the knowledge regarding PCOS. Since the null hypothesis was accepted and research hypothesis was rejected in this association part, therefore, it is interpreted that there is no significant association between knowledge of the undergraduate female students with their selected demographic variable except the course of study. So the association was found only between the course of the study. So next is the findings is that this indicates that the significance was due to the self-instruction module. I mean, the post-test knowledge score was improved because of the self-instruction module, and it was not by chance. Next, the discussion part. So there was similar studies with my studies. There was a study which was conducted by Srivastava Y and Jagdev P. It was a pre-experimental study which shows that there was a significant difference between pre-test and post-test knowledge scores of the nursing students as evidenced by their mean pre-test and post-test score. And that study concluded that SIM module was effective in improving the knowledge of nursing students regarding the polycystic ovarian syndrome. Other than that, a contrary findings was there. It was a study conducted by Salma A and Elbana HM. It was a quasi-experimental study, and it was the study to assess the effectiveness of SIM only on awareness of PCOS among adolescent students. The study showed that out of 175 study population, only 6.3% of the adolescent girls had adequate knowledge before implementation, increased to 90.3% after implementation, while in the present study, majority of the undergraduate female students, that is 50%, had adequate knowledge before only and increased to good knowledge after implementation, that was 84.2%. So this was all about the discussion. Now the implications of my study was, so I have discussed the implication in 3 parts, that is nursing education, 4 parts, that is nursing education, nursing practice, and nursing education, nursing practice, and nursing research, and nursing administration. So the nursing implications in nursing education was it can be used in healthcare professional to improve their knowledge, as they can implement this knowledge for the students coming to the hospital or clinical areas. We can educate the teenage girls regarding the PCOS, and we can create awareness among them. In nursing practice, for nurses, the nurses can help the patients who are coming into the hospital to educate them regarding the complications of PCOS, which is a major one of the major complication is infertility, which can occur in the later stages, not in the initial stages. And nursing research, we will discuss it in the recommendations that further studies can be conducted over this. And in nursing administration, there can be certain in-service education and nursing administration. Next is the limitation. The limitation was found that the sample size was 70. That limits the generalization of the findings. Recommendations are a similar study can be replicated on the large sample for better generalization and for the longer period to obtain remarkable effects. A quasi-experimental study can be conducted to compare gain in knowledge, and the effectiveness of SIM may be compared with other instructional strategies such as video-assisted teaching and pamphlets. And a study can be conducted to assess the impact of PCOS on quality of life. It can be a qualitative study. Next, these are the references, and that was all about my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nisha Devi. It was a nice presentation. And you said like in your association that there was association between the course of the study. What is your take on that? What is your perspective or point of view on that?
Sir, actually, the association was not found. The association was not found in any of the demographic variable except the course of the study. Because the sample size was 70, and among the 70 students, most of the students were from the BA Honors Islamic Studies. I think that was the reason which found to be the associated factor in the present study.
Okay, so could you develop some, links as to why?
Sir, I didn't got your question.
Did you explore like what could be the reason for that?
So the smaller sample size you're asking?
No. You said like in some particular course you found that was the reason, right? For association.
Yes, sir.
So for that, what do you think might be the reason?
Sir, because during my data collection period, the sample size initially was up to 100, but the students declined in between and they dumped the study and they did not give in the consent after that. So that was the reason that the sample size was automatically reduced to 70 only. And that was the reason the Islamic studies students were more of the cooperation and they were found to be the more of the sample size.
Okay. Fine. Any questions from the platform? Any participants?
I think no,
fine
sir.
then. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
The next presenter of the day, Vaishnavi Sharma.
Hello, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I'm audible to ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay, ma'am. Shall I start, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, sure.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. My screen is visible to everyone. Hello.
No, not yet.
Hello. Not yet. Now visible.
No, we can't see your slide.
Hello, my screen is visible.
No, ma'am, we can't see your slide.
It's audible to me, ma'am. Yes or no, ma'am?
You are audible, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am, now we can see.
Okay, great.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vaishnavi Sharma, I'm a nursing student from Rufaida College of Nursing. My title of the study is a pre-experimental study to assess the effectiveness of plant teaching program in terms of knowledge regarding respectful maternity care among nursing students in a selected university, New Delhi. My guide and co-guide is Miss Somibala ma'am, and my co-guide is Miss Jamal Fatima. Like my introduction part is like what's the definition of RMC? This is a range for provide to women dignity, privacy and confidentiality that protection for the violence and abuse facility from the discussion making and the provide ongoing support during the labor and the birthing. And the ground of the study, the qualities of the are all strongly correlated with the maternal health. The majority of the maternal deaths take place during the labor and the delivery. And what is the need of the study for why we are doing this? Nursing students need to be learn about the RNC care since they will be a future nurses. They have to support the mother during the pregnancy after delivery essential. Suicide also support during pregnancy, childbirth, and postpartum. What's the problem treatment? I already discussed. I've studied to assess the planting program. Pretest level of knowledge regarding respectful maternity care among nursing students. Next is to develop the PTP on respective RMC. Third is to evaluate the effectiveness of plant teaching program in terms of score on RMC among nursing students. Fourth is to determine the association between post-test knowledge score of nursing students with their selected demographic variables such as age, gender, education status, and religion. Hypothesis. H1, there is a significant difference between the pre-test knowledge score and the post-test knowledge score regarding RMC among nursing students at 0.05 level of the significance as measured by structure knowledge questionnaire regarding RMC. Next is there is a significant association between post-test knowledge score of the nursing student with their selected demographic variable at 0.05 level of significance as among nursing students as measured by structure knowledge population is the sample is PS fourth year student and the GL and third year student. Sample size is 70 and technique is PTP, RMC and dependent variable knowledge of nursing students. A tool is what I use to the description of tools I divided into parts. First is the finding the correct year of age. I found at 70.
Hello, ma'am. Are you there?
I think she got disconnected maybe.
Yeah, I think.
Anyway, we'll go on to the next one.
We'll move to the next participant. The next presenter of the day, Salma Amin.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Is the screen visible, ma'am?
No, ma'am, we can't see you.
Visible, ma'am?
No, ma'am.
Ma'am, is it visible now?
No, ma'am. Reshare it again, ma'am. Please do stop sharing and reshare it again.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, is it visible?
Sorry, ma'am, we can't see your slide. Hello, sir.
Yeah, ma'am.
Can we move to the next participant, sir?
Yeah. Sure. Please.
Okay, sir. Thank you. The next presenter of the day, Nargis Gadru.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, some other participant is presenting her screen, so I'm not able to present my own.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Now you can share your slide, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, yes, please proceed.
Hello.
Yes,
Sir,
ma'am, we
am I
can
audible?
hear you.
Okay, ma'am, right now, can I start?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, good afternoon to one and all present here. This is Nargis Khatun, MSc Nursing OBG from Rufaida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard. The guide and co-guide of this present study. Assistant Professor of Rufaida College of Nursing. And complication readiness is a comprehensive maternal and neonatal healthcare. Global health of the complication of the pregnancy and childbirth, estimate of the maternal mortality, the eyes men's awareness, and promote their active study was the BPACR exam, the global MMR maternity in 1990 and was 251 per lakh live births in 2008. India's MMR is improved to 103 to 113 in 2018, and in March 2022, the special bulletin on MMR released by General Registrar of India is 103 in 2017 and 19. With this persistent decline, India is on the verge of achieving NHP target of 100 lakh live births by 2020 and certainly on track to achieve the SDG target of 70 lakh live births by 2030. Coming to the need of study, this study aims to assess the current status and factors associated with the BPA-CR among males in selected community of New Delhi. It is hoped that the result of the study will provide valuable information to design possible programs and interventions to improve maternal and neonatal health and also serve as baseline information for further study. Problem statement of the present study is a descriptive study to assess the knowledge and attitude regarding birth preparedness and complication readiness among males in selected community of New Delhi. Objectives of this study was to assess the knowledge regarding birth preparedness and complication readiness among males in selected community of New Delhi, to assess the attitude regarding BPA-CR in selected community, to develop and disseminate an informational pamphlet on birth preparedness and complication readiness among families in selected community. Assumptions of the present study was there may be involvement of males in decision making in BPACR. Males may have some concepts of BPACR. Pamphlets may affect BPACR status of males. Participants may have some understanding about BPACR. Delimitations of my study was selected community of New Delhi. Secondly, only married males whose wives were pregnant. Thirdly, other males in the family are not included in data collection. However, they will be in discussion. This is the conceptual framework based on 4 delay model. This is the modified form of BPA-CR by Japaigo. So through this model, there are different pathways through which we can reduce the delays which occur during the pregnancy, during the antenatal period. So there are socio-economic factors and obstacle factors which can lead to delays, and we can prevent these by different pathways like improving the knowledge, promoting early decision making, reducing delays, information on different aspects by providing informational pamphlet. So by this method, we can reduce delay in identification of problem, delay in deciding to seek care, delay in reaching medical facility, and delay in receiving treatment. So at the end, we can improve the knowledge by informational pamphlet on BPA-CR. So there are various literatures I have gone under through. There are various very less literature in Indian content, but while majority of the literature has been done in foreign countries. So there are two categories under which I have reviewed the literature. The first one is literature related to birth preparedness and complication readiness. The secondly is literature related to male involvement in BPACR. Coming to methodology, so in the present study, quantitative research approach were used, descriptive research design were used. Setting of this study was Tughlakabad Primary Health Center, New Delhi. Population were males whose wives were attending primary health center of selected community of New Delhi. Samples were married males whose wives were pregnant, and the sample size were 100 males. Sampling technique was purposive sampling technique. Data collection and tool technique was the questionnaire for demographic profile, modified standardized knowledge questionnaire of Japaigo, and attitude scale. Descriptive and inferential statistics were used for data analysis. Coming to ethical considerations, so formal written permission was obtained from concerned administrative authority of urban community. Ethical permission was taken from Institutional Ethical Review Board of Jamia Hamdard. Informed and written consent was obtained from males who participate in the study. Anonymity and confidentiality of the subjects was maintained throughout the study. Coming to description of the tool, so the tool is divided into three sections. Section 1 based on demographic sample, section 2 based on the knowledge questionnaire, and section 3 based on the attitude scale. Reliability of the knowledge questionnaire and attitude scale were calculated by KR20 formula and Kronberg's alpha formula respectively, and it was found that the tool was reliable for the study. Coming to the analysis part, so organization and the presentation of the data were done into three sections: section 1, 2, and 3. So in section 1, here we can see there's a cumulative bar diagram depicting demographic data of male versus their BPACR status. So we can see here most of the sample were under the age group of 21 to 25 years of age. Most of the samples were graduate and postgraduate. Most of the samples were belong to Hindu family. And most of the majority of the samples were self-employed or private services. Most of the samples have their monthly income under 5 to 10,000. Currently living children in their families were one or none. Okay, means they are mostly the antenatal mothers were primi gravida. So residential area under this study is urban. Previous stillbirth, there 73% of cases were found having no stillbirth pregnancy. Type of family were mostly joint type. Health facility during pregnancy was used by PHC or tertiary health center. Distance to health facility in kilometers is less than one by 63% of samples. Most of the samples were registered under any hospital facility, and there are 90% of cases having no abortion history. Family planning used in the past by 43% of cases only. So coming to the section B, in which we can see frequency, percentage, mean, median, and standard deviation of knowledge score, in which in this table we can see adequate knowledge and inadequate knowledge. So inadequate knowledge scores between 0 to 2 and adequate knowledge scores between 3 to 7. So median of the knowledge score is 4.76, and this is the mean, and median is 5. Standard deviation is 1.64. So in this we can see there are 10% of samples who are having inadequate knowledge, and 90% of samples are having adequate knowledge about BPACR. Coming to the section C, in which we can see pregnancy frequency, percentage, mean, median, and standard deviation of attitude regarding BPA-CR among males in selected community. So here the attitude category is ranged under three category: unfavorable, neutral, and favorable. So unfavorable attitude are those showing who score under 10 to 22 scores, neutral by 23 to 33 score, favorable by 37 to 50 score. So in this attitude score, mean is 34.67, median is 35, and standard deviation is 3.98. So the sample who 1% of samples show unfavorable attitude toward this BPA-CR status. 65% show neutral attitude, and 34% show favorable attitude toward BPA-CR. Coming to the conclusion of the study, based on the result of the study, majority of the study subjects, that is 90%, were having adequate knowledge and 10% having inadequate knowledge regarding BPA-CR. More than half, that is 65% of the subjects have neutral attitude, 34% of the subjects have favorable attitude, and 1% only had unfavorable attitude regarding BPA-CR. Coming to the discussion of the study, so the finding of the present study revealed that the majority of the males have identified skilled birth attendant for delivery, that is 65%, and mode of transportation, that is 76%, and 67% males saved money to pay for expenses during the pregnancy. Knowledge about vaginal bleeding is 82% of males are having the knowledge, 86.9% having the reduced fetal movement knowledge, leak per vagina having knowledge by 79% of participants, like samples, easy other symptoms as well. It is in contrast with a study done by Swan D on BPA-CR among 200 married men in Odisha, India. The study found that there was a very little participation of the skilled assistants during delivery, that is 6.2% only. Saving for the emergencies were 19.5% only, and transportation during labor was 24.2% only. Only knowledge, also the knowledge about the bleeding is 51.5% of samples having. Babies stop kicking 14%, and water leakage before labor pain is by 13% of samples. Difficulty in breathing by 6%, high fever by 8, dizziness, blurred vision by 11, severe headache by 9, and swollen leg and faces by 22% only. Likewise, it is in line with the present study done by Gize et al. In Ethiopia in 2060, which revealed that majority of the participants, that is 87%, do not had knowledge on obstetrical danger sign like vaginal bleeding, while 61.4% males accompanied their wife to antenatal services. Coming to nursing implication, so in nursing practice and education, health education at PHC or during home visit regarding BPA-CR can be given. Individual counseling regarding BPA-CR can be done. In nursing research, similar studies in another setting with another group of clients can be done. Nursing administration, in-service education for nursing personnel and teaching programs for nursing students can be done. Health policy maker to understand about involvement of male partners in maternity care, recommended the hospital policy to practice husband participation for better access of maternity care. Coming to the limitation of the study, as the males was not available in PSC of selected community, so I select a tracer approach for data collection in selected
Hello,
community.
ma'am. Sorry to
Yes,
interrupt. The time is extended, ma'am.
okay, ma'am. Just I'm about
Can
to
you please
finish.
conclude first?
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
wind up, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. So this is the recommendation of my study. Like similar study can be done in different areas in different group of samples. This is the references and this is the self-made pamphlet which I made Hindi. So in this pamphlet, I have included all those knowledge, money, registration into health facility, birth companion, skilled birth attendant, plan for transportation, blood donor, and other government schemes available for pregnant women, so that people can get more knowledge and birth preparedness can be done and complication can be reduced. This is my journey toward the research work. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your
Thank
presentation.
you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, I think we have to move on to the next one. I think we are running out of time.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. The next presenter of the day, Vaishnav Sharma. Ma'am, are you there? Okay, sir. Can we move on to the next participant? Salma
Yes,
Amin, ma'am.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Can you present now, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, sure.
Okay.
Ma'am, is my screen visible now? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Ma'am, is my screen visible now?
No,
No, not yet, not yet.
Ma'am, if you are presenting your slide, you can turn on your video and share your presentation, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can you just give me 2 more minutes? I will just again connect it and I will try again.
Okay, ma'am. Can you present last, ma'am? We'll move to the next
Okay.
participant.
Okay, ma'am, sure.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
The next presenter of the day, Sartaj Parveen. Sartaj, ma'am, are you there?
हेलो एक्सक्यूज मी मैम मुझे थोड़ा सा टाइम चाहिए अभी थोड़ा सा अभी किसी और को बोल सकते हैं आप
Ma'am, we could not able to hear you properly, ma'am.
हेलो
Yes, ma'am. Tell me, ma'am.
हेलो
Yes, ma'am.
हेलो
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
हेलो
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you.
हेलो हेलो मुझे थोड़ा सा टाइम चाहिए अभी एक्सक्यूज मी हेलो
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you. Please
हेलो
tell me.
She is asking for some time.
हेलो
ma'am.
मैडम हेलो आवाज आ रही है हेलो
हाँ हाँ सरता जी आ रही है आपकी आवाज
हेलो
You can call the next one, ma'am.
हेलो
Okay, sir. Can we go to the next participant?
हेलो 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 उस्मा हेलो
The next presenter of the day, Dr. Nazia Ali and Manas Sharma. Manas Sharma will be presenting the presentation. Manas, ma'am. Sir, are you there? Yes, sir, will do.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Can I just share my screen?
Okay, sir.
Yeah, is the screen visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone present here. My name is Mana Sharma, and I'm from Department of Occupational Therapy, School of Nursing Sciences and Allied Health, Jamia Hamdard. So today, I will be presenting on the topic of role of occupational therapy interventions in palliative care. So, occupational therapists aim to help their patients maintain their highest possible level of independence and quality of life. This involves a holistic and patient-centered approach where the patient needs and preferences are central to the care plan. In palliative care, the approach is often compensatory rather than rehabilitative. This means that instead of trying to restore loss of function, the focus is on helping the patient adjust to their current and future health and functional status. This approach is in response to the patient's individual goals and priorities. Valuing the life remaining for the person with a terminal condition is in the focus for occupational therapy in palliative care. Together, the clients and autists assess what tasks are necessary for independence and safety, which gives meaning to life to our roles and self-concept. Autists work with patients to identify short and long-term goals. These goals are important for defining the direction of therapy and guiding the care plan. Once goals are established, autists design interventions to help patients achieve these goals. These interventions are diverse and tailored to the individual's needs and circumstances. A unique and important intervention in occupational therapy is the home assessment. This involves a thorough evaluation of the patient's functional status within their home environment. It includes assessing how the patient navigates and performs daily tasks in their own living space. So, the rationale of the study. The purpose of this paper is to find the role of occupational therapy interventions in palliative care. The research implicates that it could be feasible for occupational therapists to use a quality of life tool as a routine part of assessing each palliative patient with the objective of targeting interventions to priority areas for each patient. The aim of the study. The specific aim of palliative care is about enhancing the overall quality of life of patients with terminal conditions, as well as providing support for their families and caregivers. Occupational therapy, which its holistic approach, contributes significantly to achieving this goal by addressing physical, psychological, existential, and other aspects of living beings. Role of occupational therapy. Occupational therapy aims to help patients achieve their optimal independence in activities that are meaningful and important to them. In occupational therapy, the term occupation doesn't refer solely to one's job or employment. Instead, it encompasses a broader range of activities, including self or personal care, which are activities related to personal hygiene, dressing, eating, and other tasks necessary for self-care. Next is productivity. This category includes work-related roles and responsibilities. And the third, leisure. These activities that pertain to hobbies, sports, and other interests that contribute to an individual's overall well-being and quality of life. Occupational therapists in palliative care work in various settings, including hospitals, the community, and the hospices. They are integral members of the interdisciplinary healthcare team, collaborating with other healthcare professionals to provide comprehensive care to patients with life-limiting illnesses. These are some assessment tools and evaluations according to the rehabilitation goals and evaluations. For example, the rehabilitation goal is improvement of functional disorder and the musculoskeletal system. The evaluation tools used are the range of motion and the muscle tests. So these are the various goals and the evaluation tools accordingly. Now, occupational therapy in palliative care. The ethos of occupational therapy complements the World Health Organization's key principles of palliative care, which are relief from pain and other distressing symptoms, psychological and spiritual care, a support system to help patients live as actively as possible in the face of impending death. Palliative rehabilitation provides comprehensive support to patients with advanced diseases and their families. Occupational therapists in this setting must be adapted and responsible to the evolving needs of the patient as they navigate the challenges of advanced illness. The overall goal remains to optimize the patient's independence and quality of life throughout the palliative care journey. So, discussion and the recommendations. Cognitive training. Cognitive training programs can be based on the specific condition, effective experience by cancer clients. It's noted that cognitive problems may be more pronounced in elderly clients due to age-related cognitive decline. Second, breathing and relaxation training. This component of rehabilitation involves teaching clients various techniques for managing stress and promoting relaxation. Next, fatigue and pain management. Fatigue and pain are common symptoms experienced by many clients, and this can significantly impact the success of their treatment and overall quality of life. So, the conclusion will be occupational therapy aims to improve the quality of life for patients and their caregivers by facilitating their participation in meaningful activities for occupations that are important and valued by them. OTs bring unique skills and expertise to the healthcare team. They understand the significance of occupational engagement in a person's well-being and have the knowledge and training to address these areas effectively. I would like to conclude this presentation by saying occupational therapy plays a vital role in palliative and advanced care, focusing on enhancing the patients' and their caregivers' quality of life by enabling their participation in meaningful activities. Occupational therapists are essential members who contribute to the holistic care approach during the final stages of the patient's illness. These are the references, and I would like to conclude it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Thank you, Manas. We can move on to the next presentation, ma'am.
Hello,
Yes,
good
sir.
afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. Vaishnav Sharma, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can I start, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. This is the result. And now I will start the section number 3. The findings related to the association in the posters in the age group only. Like what is the p value is 0.03. I got the association between the posters. Conclusion of the study, the PTP was successful raise the level of knowledge among the nursing students, the meeting the RMT. The study of the nursing students shows that for 24 students had good knowledge. They were 20 to 21-year old. More than half, 35 female have good knowledge, and males having good knowledge, around 16 male having good knowledge. 31 nursing students belong to the good category in the Islam religion. The mean of the post-test knowledge scores was the PTP was higher than the pre-test. What is the discussion? The finding of the present study revealed that the 34.2 students had good knowledge in the pre-test, and the post-test is 77.1% good students having good knowledge in the post-test. The finding of the present studies are in line with the previous study conducted by these researchers to evaluate the effectiveness of the structured teaching program on the knowledge regarding RMC among staff nurses. In their finding revealed that in the pre-test, none of them they had good knowledge, where in the post-test is 26.67% of the students have good knowledge. And next discussion, the finding of the present study revealed that the post-test overall mean is 19.18 of the nursing student, where the highest as compared to the pre-test overall mean is 15.5. The finding of the present study are in line with the previous study conducted by Das researcher to assess the effectiveness awareness of the program on West Bengal citizens knowledge of RMC. The result of their study shows that the experimental group post-test overall mean is 32.53 antenatal women was higher. The group pre-test overall mean is 18.5. Recommendations of the study: to improve the generalization, the study might be repeated with a large number of the samples in a different environment. Whether the study can be conducted on the large scale to provide a better picture of the knowledge and practice regarding RMC. Next is there should should be in-service workshop and seminar can be conducted for the nursing student to increase their knowledge and take the attitude and the practice also regarding RMC. And next is the similar study can be replicated using different teaching strategies via video teaching, information booklet, etc. These references are used in this PPT and thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. We can call the next speaker, I think, ma'am.
Okay, sir. The next presenter of the day, Salipua Shegar. Yes, ma'am, we can see your slide.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Just a sec.
Okay.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Thank you. Slide is visible to all of you.
Yes, ma'am, we can see your slide.
Okay. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Salika Sayar, tutor, Rufaida College of Nursing. I'm going to present a topic that is an exploratory study to assess the psychological challenges faced by hearing impaired adolescents in a selected school of New Delhi. As we all know, hearing loss is a partial or total inability to hear. Hearing loss may be present at birth or acquired at any time afterwards due to a variety of reasons such as trauma, medications, accidental hazards, etc. Most important is to not only understand the real causes of hearing loss, but to understand its psychological and sociological impact that it has on an individual due to hearing loss. It can affect the person's psychological, sociological, and emotional well-being. The psychological impact of hearing loss include confusion, anger, denial, anxiety, insecurity, and depression. While it can lead to other sociological challenges such as isolation, fear to deal with others, indifference, etc. According to WHO, in India, there are approximately 63 million people are there who are suffering from significant auditory impairment. This places the estimated prevalence at 6.3% in an Indian population. I hope I am audible to all of you.
Yeah, please continue.
Thank you. So a research was conducted by Yuxel M and I.Dogdo B on psychological problems and need of deaf adolescents. It shows that the psychological problems and need arises from communication problems, not from being a deaf. It was seen that communication problems restricted living spaces of deaf individual and was a threat to their mental health. So the researchers has found that there are less studies done on the psychological challenges faced by hearing impaired adolescents. Researchers hope that this study will help in generating more knowledge about this topic and will be the foundation for further research in the future. This will be also helpful for providing better nursing care to the hearing impaired adolescents. The objective of this study was to assess the psychological challenges faced by the hearing impaired adolescents. Research design used for this study was an exploratory research design. Quantitative research approach was used for this study. The study was conducted in a selected school for specially able children at New Delhi. 60 hearing impaired adolescents were included in the study, and purposive sampling technique was used for this study. A tool was developed which contains two parts. Part A contains demographic profile, which included 7 questionnaires. Part B included a 5-point structured rating scale that was including 15 items to assess the psychological challenges faced by hearing impaired adolescents. Adolescents between 10 to 19 years old were included in the study, and those who were hearing impaired. And those students were included, those were present at the time of the study. The study excluded those students with other disabilities and who were not willing to participate and who were not present at the time of the study. Permission and ethical clearance was obtained from the competent authority of the selected school, and consent was obtained from the parents of the children, and one teacher was present while collecting the data. Pilot study was done and data collection was done during the designated time, and the collected data was analyzed using descriptive statistics. Now we will discuss about the result of this study. This slide contains a table that shows the frequency and percentage distribution of sample according to their demographic characteristics. The study reveals that the majority of the participants were aged between 13 to 15 years of age, while most of them were female in gender. That comprises 53.3% of the participants, while 46.66% of them were male. Most of the participants' parents were literate. Both mother and father were literate. The study shows that the majority of the participants, that is 46.66%, were having severe degree of hearing loss. 30% of them were having moderately severe hearing loss, while 18.33% were having moderate degree of hearing loss, and only 5% of them were having mild degree of hearing loss. And majority of the participants, that is 85% of them, were using hearing aid. Now comes to the findings related to the psychological challenges faced by hearing impaired adolescents. The study reveals that the 63.3%, and majority of the participants, were facing less challenges, while 36.7% of them were facing moderate psychological challenges, and none of the participant has reported facing high psychological challenges. The same results are showed in the pie diagram in the slide. Now we'll discuss about area-wise mean of obtained score of different parameters of psychological challenges faced by hearing impaired adolescents. In this slide, we can see that we have obtained mean and modified mean percentage for different items of the psychological challenges. We have divided the questionnaire into 5 sub-items, and modified mean and mean was calculated, and rank was assigned to each of them. The result shows that anger and aggression-related items were scored rank 1. Anxiety-related items were scored as rank 2. Listening fatigue was included as rank order 3. And depression and emotional challenges was given rank order 4. And level of self-esteem was given rank order 5. So, based on the findings of this study, it concluded that 63.3% of hearing impaired adolescents are facing less challenging psychological problems, while 36.7% of them were facing moderate challenging psychological problems. Anger, anxiety, and listening fatigue are the most important psychological challenges faced by hearing impaired adolescents. The study recommends that a similar study can be done on a large number of samples so that the results can be generalized. A similar study can be done on a different setting also, and a similar study can be done on other impairments other than hearing impairments also. These are the references. Thank you for the patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Sushma, the next one, please.
The next presenter of the day, Shubhra.
Very good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay, ma'am, I cannot share my screen.
One sec, ma'am. Shall I go, ma'am? Could you please stop sharing your slide, ma'am? Now you can share your screen, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. It is visible.
So, today my presentation topic is molecular docking analysis of phytochemicals as antibacterial inhibitors. I'm a student of Sardar Bhagwan Singh University and I'm from pharmaceutics 5 years. So, firstly, I'm going to discuss about phytochemicals. As you know, phytochemicals is compounds which is chemical compounds obtained from plants are called phytochemicals. It helps to resist bacteria, fungi, and some virus also. So phytochemicals prevent cell membrane destruction and inactivate efflux pumps. Then inhibit quorum sensing, prevents DNA damage, prevent drug alterations, prevent inactivation of modifying enzymes. So basically, phytochemicals as antimicrobial mode of actions are the effectiveness against microbes. Now we are going to discuss about molecular docking. So why we choose molecular docking? So molecular docking analysis is one of the most important strategy for the discovery and medicinal chemistry. It allows prediction of molecular interactions and binding affinity that hold together a proteins, a ligands in the bounded state. How it works, then we have to first the protein database from RCS with PDB. Then we have to select win database from Jing, PubChem, or literature survey. Then we select the receptor and ligand. Then we prepare the receptors and ligand in autodock cleaner. Then we do docking and then analysis by interaction of residues, interaction types, energies produces after docking. So in our this research, this docking and protein and receptor is ligand and receptor is plasmocene and protein. So why we choose this protein 2ZVU? Because plasmocene, because it is more effective against E. coli, which cause diarrhea also. So we choose this plasmocene, and here's the 2D and 3D structure of ligand and protein. The second docking is elastin protein. So it's give FP minus 5.6, and the plasmocene gives minus 5.5 affinity. The third ligand is or drug, we can say alloin B. It also gives higher binding affinities, which is minus 62. And the last one of ligand and protein interaction is magnofluoride. It shows maximum binding affinity, which is minus 7.3. So basically, these phytochemicals, magnofluorine, alloin B, silane, plasmocene, and thymol, magnofluorine show higher binding affinity, but it doesn't show any hydrogen bond interaction, which is not good for molecular docking. So and alloin B, celestine, and plasmocene, these shows better binding affinity as well as hydrogen bond interaction and other interactions also. So the conclusion of this is we have performed molecular testing between the phytochemical ligands and proteins to know the binding affinity and interaction. From in silico analysis, it was found that the phytochemical ligands demonstrate far better binding affinity compared to the reference drugs thymol, plasmocin, celestine, L1B, and magloflorine chloride, and reference drug which is thymol. In silico study can be considered for the further in vitro or in vivo study. The all ligands, magnofluoride showed highest binding energy, but did not able to form a hydrogen bond. It has also shown vendor and other infection L1B, celestine, and plasmocins were able to form hydrogen bond infections, so various other as well other infections. This is
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. I think we can go on to the next speaker.
Yes, sir. The next presenter of the day, Sujata Govindravu, Gaikwad.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you share mask?
Yes, ma'am, you can share.
My screen is visible, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, we can see your slide.
Okay. So good afternoon, one and all. So I'm presenting the oral paper presentation. So a study to assess the impact of the mobile phone on the quality of life among the basic BSc nursing students. So in that introduction, a mobile phone is a device that can make and receive the telephone call or a radio link, move around a wide geographical area. It does so by connecting to cellular network provided by the mobile phone operator, allowing access to public telephone network. The first handheld cellular mobile phone was demonstrated by John F. Minchell and Martin Cooper of the Motorola in 1973. So, need of the study. The 21st century has witnessed technological advancement and rapid change in the mass media. The traditional mass media like radio, print material are losing their importance nowadays, where never one such as computer, video games, television, especially mobile phones, etc. are gaining more importance among the youth. Mass media are especially influencing the impartial knowledge to the young peoples and socialize them to particular aspiration, values, attitude during the transition period from the adolescent to younger adult. Youth learn how to behave from their peers and increasingly from the mass media. In today's world, youth are mostly using the mobile phone as a media, and mobile phone become essential part of daily life and also the inevitable role today in the life of the youth. So, statement of the problem, a study to assess the impact of mobile phone on the quality of life among the basic BSc nursing students. So, objective of my study to assess the impact of the mobile phone on the quality of life among the nursing students, to find the significant association of quality of life score with the selected demographic variables. So, assumption of my study, the student may exposure to mobile phone. The student may have aware about impact of mobile phone on the daily life. The student may have impact of the mobile phone on their quality of life. The college student addicted to mobile phones. So research methodology, in that research approach is descriptive approach, research design is descriptive study design, setting of the study is nursing college, sample size, sample is nursing student, sampling technique is purposive sampling technique, sample size is 196 nursing students. So tools to be used my study, section A, section B, and section C. Section E is nothing but the demographic variable, that is age, gender, educational status, type of family, family incomes, time spent on the use of mobile phones. Section B is quality of life scale, and last one, section C is association of quality of life. So result, section A, section B, and section C. So section A is containing frequency and percentage and distribution of the according to their demographic variable, quality of life, association of quality of life score with the selected demographic variables. So in that first one, section A, frequency and percentage and distribution of respondents by the according to their demographic variable. In that first one, age, gender, and educational status. In that age, maximum age group is for 20 to 22 years. Gender, in that most commonly the male, most frequency is a male. Educational status, most commonly the found in the that is most commonly found in the first year, second year, third year, and fourth year basic BSc nursing students. So family income in that first one. So maximum number of the family income is most commonly seen. So type of the family, most of the nuclear family. Are you using the mobile phones? So maximum number of the answering yes. Is the mobile phone having feature of the digital parental controlling? So maximum number of the time saying the yes. So 8-1, from many years you are using the phones. So in the most of the commonly seen the 1 to 5 years, that is 126 frequency is founding. So per users of mobile phone is most commonly 1 to 4 hours, that is mostly 119 total GB of data required per day. So most commonly found in the 1 GB data. So do you know the excess and repeatedly telling? So maximum number of the frequency telling the yes. So section B, frequency and distribution, assess the quality of life among the nursing student. In that first one, high uses, moderate uses, and low uses. In that first one, high uses is 33.16, moderate usage 45.92, and low usage is 20.92. So section C, there was significant association found between per day usage of phone and total data required per day at the 0.05 level of the significance. Discussion of my study. The objective of this study is to assess the impact of mobile phone among the nursing student. The score regarding the impact of mobile phone on the quality of life among the nursing student, 65 were having the poor quality of life, 90 student average quality of life, and 41 student having very good quality of life. The objective of this study to find the association of quality of life, selected demographic variable. The majority of the sample, maximum number of the student, 20 to 22 years, the male were more than the female participate in the study. The maximum number of the student having the nuclear family belong to the Hindu religion. Maximum student family income was between the 5,000 to 15,000 per month. Maximum number of the student educational status is fourth year basic BSc nursing student. Maximum number of the student was having personal mobile phone, commonly using the smartphones. So in that finding or associate study or a supported study, a descriptive study show that the association between using the mobile phone and the health hazard are headache, fatigue, dizziness is concluded that use of the mobile phone for the longer time as a risk factor for the health hazard. A survey was concluded regarding the impact of the cell phone using on the social networking and development among the 501 colleges student by using the questionnaires method. The result was found 99% having own mobile phones, nearly 90% had phone more than 3 years, excessive internet using along with the pathological gambling, addicted disorders, health risk from the cell phone radiation, cell phone dependency, and major social impact of the teenagers. So conclusion of my study, the result of percentage distribution of the level of the impact of mobile phone on the quality of life among the 196 students of the post basic BSc nursing student, 65 having poor quality of life, 90% had average quality of life, and 41% had good quality of life. So nursing implication of my study in that first one, nursing practices. So a nurse has a key role of the healthcare delivery system, mainly the emphasis on the primary prevention of the disease. Only nurse work will not help in the prevention of the disease. It is possible only when all the healthcare teams will work together. A nurse can play important role in enhancing the knowledge about the mobile phone, and she should create the awareness among the nursing students. So second one, nursing education. Student nurse should be well prepared, adequate knowledge to get the promote information to the college students, public on the mobile phones and impact of the mobile phone. Nursing education should more focus on the attention giving the education to the nursing students. It is nurses' responsibility to educate the nursing students public about the mobile phones, use the impact of the mobile phones on the quality of life. Nurse educators should impact use of the innovative technology media to provide the awareness to the colleges students on the mobile phone and their impact. Third one is the nursing administration. Nurse administration may use the study finding to improve the quality of care in the community. The nurse administrator in the higher level of the authority must hold the discussion and meeting on the prevailing the health status of the healthcare personnel. Based on that knowledge of the people can assess and awareness prevention program can be planned and implement. Nurse administrators should make arrangement to see the sufficient manpower, money, material are available administrating information. And last one is the nursing research. The finding of the study show that the majority of the colleges adequate knowledge regarding the mobile phone uses and their impact of the college students. They study will motivate beginning the researcher to conduct the same different variable on the large scales. So in that references I have to use. And last one, thank you. Thank you for your patience listening.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Ma'am, next speaker, please.
The next presenter of the day, T. Nazma Sanjeev.
Yes, ma'am. I am sharing my screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. It is visible.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, my presentation, I would like to present on loneliness and quality of life among elderly. So, every country in the world is experiencing growth in both size and the proportion of older persons, mainly because of population aging. And this population aging is mainly because happening because of the advancements in healthcare sectors and technological advancements, and not only that, because of increasing educational and economic opportunities. So according to WHO, by 2050, the world's elderly population will be 2.1 billion, and India also is one among the country where we can see improvement in the elderly population ratio. And aging is a series of process that begins with life and continues throughout life cycle. Beyond biological changes, life transition makes the elderly to face many challenges. Loneliness is one among them. So loneliness is nothing but an unpleasant emotional response to perceived social isolation. So it is an unpleasant sense of being dissatisfied with their social relations. And whereas the quality of life, the degree to which actually the quality of life as described as the feeling of well, comfortable, and capable to engage or enjoy their life events. Actually, the quality of life defined by WHO is it is an individual's perception of their position in life in the context of their culture and value system in which they live and in relation to their goals, expectations, standards, and concerns. So quality of life means the perceptions of individual of their position in life in terms of their goals, expectations, standards, and concerns. So need for study as the one of the key concerns that World Health Organizations continuously emphasizing is on enhancing the quality of life, and the importance of this issue is doubles in especially among old age people. So the new challenges of elderly people with which they have to face during the elderly period, like changing of their physical, psychological, and social roles, and retirement, relocation. All this make them to have or to suffer with loneliness, and this loneliness and earlier studies also have shown that the loneliness have much impact on the quality of life of elderly people. So here also some of the research evidences have put on that which are insisting that loneliness is definitely has an impact on quality of life among elderly. So hence this present study is undertaken to investigate the loneliness and quality of life among elderly, and to find out the correlation between these components. And not only that, because of the as the pandemic COVID which we have come across, this also has risen the much importance of this also has emphasized and brought the concern of issues like loneliness and isolation, which is very important aspect, especially in elderly, which has to be focused to study on or to focus for the welfare of elderly. The objectives of the study are to assess the level of loneliness and quality of life among elderly, to examine the gender differences in loneliness and quality of life among elderly, and to find out the effect of demographic variables on loneliness and quality of life among elderly, and to find out the relationship between loneliness and quality of life. The hypotheses which are framed to assess the objectives are loneliness and quality of life of elderly do not differ significantly on the basis of demographic variables. Males and females do not differ significantly on loneliness and quality of life. There exists no relationship among loneliness, quality of life among elderly. Methodology we have chosen for the study. The exploratory research design was used for the study, and I have done the study in Tirupati. The Tirupati is a town which is located in Andhra Pradesh state of India. 400 elderly people who are whose age is above 60 years and willing to participate were chosen to participate in the study, and the elderly who are not willing and unable to answer were excluded for participating in the study. Convenient sampling technique was used to select the sample. To select the sample by doing the door-to-door visit among selected wards of Tirupati. The tools of the study, in the present study, I have used the tools. The section A is deals with demographic data, and section B deals with the tools of study. The tools I have used for the present study is perceived loneliness scale. One among them is the perceived loneliness scale. Perceived loneliness scale developed by Ja in 1997, which I have used to assess the loneliness among older people. It contains 36 items, in which 28 are positive and 8 are negative. So so for the statements, I have given the score 3 to 1 for the positively worded statements and 1 to 3 for negatively worded statements. The minimum and maximum scores are 36 to 108. High score to be interpreted as high level of loneliness, and low score is low level of loneliness. And I have done the reliability on the sample of 100 to test the reliability. Retest reliability was done, and the value which I found was 0.84, which is considered as reliable for assessing the loneliness among elderly. The next tool I have used is which I have prepared interview schedule on quality of life. So this schedule contains 42 items with 7 domains. Each domain has 6 questions. The domains are physical, psychological, social relationships, leisure activities, home and surroundings, and economical and health. These 7 domains I have chosen as the domains of quality of life tool. Each contains 6 items, and the items are scored 3 to 1 for positively worded statements and 1 to 3 for negatively worded statements. The minimum and maximum scores range between 40 to 126. High score to be interpreted as good quality of life, and low score interpreted as low quality of life. And here also I have done retest reliability for assessing the tool reliable or not, for assessing the quality of life among elderly. Then we see, if we see the results, so the sample characteristics are among 400 elderly, 55.5% of the sample were in the age group of 60 to 70 years, and remaining 45.5 were in the age group of 71 to 80 years. About 51% of the elderly were females, and majority of them had education up to 10th class. And if we see the living status of elderly, majority of them are living with their spouse and someone others. And it was observed that 54% of among the respondents are suffering with some type of chronic illness. These are the demographic variables which I have chosen and the characteristics which I have found. And this table is showing the distribution of male and female elderly as per their level of loneliness. So in this table, we can see the overall loneliness, the total overall loneliness. Majority of them have moderate level of loneliness. And if we see the male and female elderly, means here in this table, it also represents that there is a significant association was found between the gender and level of loneliness. So females are experiencing more females are experiencing higher level of loneliness comparatively to their counterparts males. So there could be many reasons for the higher level of loneliness among females. Hence, the females are more socially isolated comparatively to males. But evenly in elderly age, because of widowhood or life transitions, or uneducated, because of their illiteracy, or their interpretations as family is mistreating, like that interpretations would cause more loneliness among females. Then this table is showing the mean scores of elderly on loneliness as per demographic variables. So the demographic variables which I have selected for the study is age, gender, education. As among these variables, gender, education, and chronic illness, these were the variables which have shown significant difference. Female elderly are having higher mean scores comparatively male, which I have shown even with the chi-square. In the t-test also it was shown that higher mean scores were observed for females. And then illiterates having higher scores. Uneducated elderly were having higher mean scores, and it was significant. And in the last demographic variable, the chronic illness, presence of chronic illness, the elderly who are suffering with some type of chronic illness had higher mean scores, which is significant. Significant means as the people who are suffering with some type of elderly, they are having this much loneliness than their counterparts. Then this table 4 is showing about the distribution of male and female elderly as per their level of quality of life. So if we see the level of quality of life overall, moderate means majority of the elderly were having moderate quality of life. And here also significant gender association was found between the gender and quality of life. Males are having higher quality of life than females. So males in moderate quality of life, in that also males are having higher scores. So it is so here it is seen that majority of the elderly are having moderate quality of life. And this table, it's showing the mean scores of elderly as per the demographic variables. Here also, among the selected demographic variables, gender, education, living status, financial status, chronic illness, in these variables had significant difference in the quality of life of elderly. Males had higher significant mean scores there comparatively to their female counterparts. And among the for education, the elderly who had intermediate and above education had higher quality of life. Mean scores.
Nazma,
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. Your time is extended. Can you please conclude fast?
Yes. So this, so education, gender and living status and financial status and chronic illness, these variables were found significant different in the quality of life of elderly. And there, as a correlation among the loneliness and quality of life, here a significant negative correlation was found between the loneliness and quality of life. It can be interpreted as elderly who had lower loneliness have higher quality of life. So the implications, so hence the practitioners, professionals, the persons dealing with elderly need to address the issues like loneliness at earlier stages, which actually it is not taken into consideration, should be taken into consideration to enhance the quality of life and well-being among the elderly. So with this I conclude my study. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, any more presenters?
Yes, sir. Salma Amin, ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Can you present now, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Please start sharing your screen, ma'am.
Ma'am, already someone is sharing, so I'm not able to share the screen.
Nazma, ma'am, could you please stop sharing your screen? Nazma, ma'am, now you can share.
Okay, ma'am.
Salman, ma'am, you can focus only on objectives and results of your study.
Yes, sir, sure. Ma'am, is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
A very good afternoon, everyone present here. Myself, Salma Amin. I am MSc Nursing student, Obstetrics and Gynecology from Rufaida College of Nursing. Today, I am here to present my research paper on the topic Factors Influencing the Utilization of Antenatal Care Services in a Selected Hospital of Kashmir. My guide was Professor Dr. Manju Chugani, Dean, School of Nursing Sciences and Allied Health, Jamia Hamdard, and my co-guide was Miss Somibala Thokchom, Assistant Professor, Rufaida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard. So starting with the introduction part, for the mother's health and the growth of unborn child, we know that pregnancy care is crucial. So it is a
we can
vital
skip to objectives, please.
Okay, sir. The objectives of my study were to assess the utilization of antenatal care services among antenatal mothers in a selected hospital of Kashmir. Second objective was to assess the factors influencing the utilization of antenatal care services among antenatal mothers in a selected hospital. Third objective was to determine the association of utilization of antenatal care services with selected demographic variables. And the fourth objective was to develop the advocacy guidelines for policymakers of the selected hospital of Kashmir. These were the operational definitions. Sir, should I explain these?
No, you can go to methodology.
Okay, sir. This was the conceptual framework which I used in my study, that is Anderson and Newman's health behavioral model, which was given in 2017. Then after that, coming to the research methodology, the research approach and design, which I used was quantitative research approach and descriptive research design. Setting of my study was selected hospital of Kashmir, and the population was the antenatal mothers of the selected hospital of Kashmir. Sample was 100 antenatal mothers, and the sampling technique which I used was purposive sampling technique. Tool for data collection was structured interview schedule, which was used to assess the utilization and factors influencing utilization of antenatal care services. Plan for data analysis used was descriptive analysis and inferential statistics. Now coming to the description of tool, in section A, it included the demographic profile of antenatal mothers, in which it consisted of 12 items like age, religion, marital status, residence, educational status, income, occupation, parity, type of family, transport facility, husband's educational status, and distance to healthcare facility. In section B, it included utilization of ANC services, and section C included the factors influencing utilization of ANC services. So this is the scoring which I used in the range of score 11 to 15. It was given good utilization, and in the range of 6 to 10, it was considered in average utilization, and in
Google Play
5
फिर Google पे play करा
and in 0 to 5 range of score, it was considered in poor utilization. This is the interpretation of the scores which I used. Coming to the content validity and reliability of my tool, I checked the reliability by KR20 formula, which was found to be 0.98, and Cronbach alpha was also used for checking the reliability of the checklist, which was found to be 0.85. It was also reliable for the study. Then ethical consideration, ethical permission was taken from National Ethical Committee of Jamia Hamdard, and permission was also taken from the selected hospital of Kashmir. Then coming to the pilot study and tryout of the tool.
Salama, we can go to the results, please.
Okay, sir. Coming to the analysis and interpretation of the study. First one are the findings related to the demographic profile of antenatal mothers. In that, I used the frequency and percentage distribution of antenatal mothers. So this graph shows that majority of the antenatal mothers were in the age group of 25 to 34. Then all the people were Muslims, and in residence, most of the people, that is 78%, were from rural areas. Then 52% were having education level up to 52%, and 82% were among the housewives. 61% were from the joint families, and 80% of the antenatal mothers were using public transport. And majority of the antenatal mothers were staying away from the healthcare facility, that is more than 3.5 kilometers. Now coming to the section second, that is the findings related to utilization of ANC services. In this, majority of the antenatal mothers were in the range of 6 to 10. Mean of that part was 8.93, median was 9, and the standard deviation was calculated, that was equal to 2.35. This is the pie chart which shows that majority of the antenatal mothers were averagely using ANC services, and poorly it included 3%, and 22% were using were having good utilization of ANC services. Now coming to the registration of antenatal clinic, it also comes under the utilization part. Majority of antenatal mothers, that is 86%, have done registration in ANC clinic. Among them, 78% have done registration in first trimester. And regarding help of ANC services, 79% got help from ASHA worker. And coming to iron and folic acid tablets consumption, majority, that is 71%, have consumed the iron and folic acid tablets. Then coming to the TT doses, 89% have received the tetanus doses. And there is one more point, that is information about financial assistance. Majority, that is 82% of the antenatal mothers have received information about financial assistance. Among them, 57% got information regarding Janani Suraksha Yojana. Now coming to the third section, that are the findings related to the factors. So this diagram shows that the main factors which included utilization of ANC services of antenatal mothers, the main three factors included were awareness of ANC services, that was 28%. Then second was the media exposure of the antenatal mothers, that was 31%. And the third one is accessibility. So these three factors were the most common factors which affect the utilization of antenatal mothers in a selected hospital. Now, my last objective was to find out the association. While finding the association, I have used the Fisher's exact test. So there was significant association between income and education with selected demographic variables. In these 2 points, the null hypothesis can be rejected. So coming to the conclusion of my study, it was found that majority of antenatal mothers had average utilization, that is 75%, 22% were having good utilization, and 3% were having poor utilization. And it was also found that common factors which affect utilization of ANC services that may include awareness of ANC services, media exposure, and accessibility. That means due to these 3 factors, the women were not able to use antenatal care services in the selected hospital. It was also found in the present study that there was significant relationship between income and occupation of antenatal mothers with utilization of antenatal care services at 0.05 level of significance. Now coming to the discussion of the study. This study is supported by 2 main studies. First one is a study which is done by Tekilab. It provides support to the study. That means it also found that the utilization of antenatal care services is related to family wealth, exposure to media, and service accessibility. It was also found in my study. And another study which was done by Elibai, it also supports this study. That means this study also found that there is significant relationship of antenatal care utilization with literacy status, income, gravidity. It was also found in my study. So these 2 studies supported the study. Now coming to the nursing implications. Nursing implications were there for nursing education, administration, practice, and nursing research. In nursing administration, nursing administrator may organize and staff members' participation in a variety of continuing education to improve their understanding of developments in antenatal care services. Nurse administrators should provide all necessary equipment and supplies periodically for quality services. They also need to be aware of standard of nursing practice. Nurse administrators may provide telephonic consultation, can be also provided to pregnant women, especially who are residing in the remote areas. So coming to the next, that is nursing education. Nurses on staff and nurse students should be informed about antenatal care services. In nursing education, we should focus on the in-service education program so that student nurses should be aware of the all antenatal care services. Now coming to the nursing research, research can be done on the development of standards of antenatal care services. Studies should be conducted on patient utilization patterns of ANC services. Quality assessment studies can also be done, and studies should be done on the ground level healthcare personnel such as ASHA and Angawadi workers to know their availability during the time of need. Now coming to the limitations of my study, as my study sample was small, so it limited the generalizations of the study. Activities of healthcare workers could not be observed adequately while performing antenatal assessment due to time factors, as there was a time factor. Now coming to the recommendations, to verify and generalize the results, the study can be repeated with bigger sample size. The study may be conducted over a longer time span. A qualitative study can also be conducted. Comparative study can be done between private and government hospitals to assess the difference between the 2. Then the study can be conducted only in rural area to know more about the ANC utilization and convey message by ASHA workers. Then these are the references which I referred. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, next one, please.
Is the next presenter of the day, Sartaj Parveen. Ma'am, are you there?
Is she there, ma'am?
Yes, sir, I'm calling her. One second. Give me 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes, sir. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Okay.
Dear participants, in the meantime, I would like to inform our upcoming events.
Sorry, ma'am.
Hi, sir.
Yeah.
By the meantime, I would like to inform our upcoming events, sir.
Okay.
Can I?
Okay.
Can I,
Sure.
sir?
Yeah, please.
Yes, sir. Faculty Development Program and Forensic Nursing. It is happening in December 2023. 7th International Conference on Nursing Science and Healthcare 2024, 15th and 16th February. Second Global Nursing Second Global Nursing Congress 2024, November. Tentatively, it will be happening on November. Those who are interested can call. Those who are interested can contact the nursing coordinator. Satish ma'am, are you there? Hello, sir. Sir. Okay. Now, I would like to welcome Ms. Osma Arjun, faculty, Rufaida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard University, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon to all. Today, I feel incredibly honored and privileged to have been chosen to extend a vote of thanks on successful completion of this conference. On behalf of Society for Nursing Practice and Rufaida College of Nursing, I would like to thanks to all the members, academic partners, keynote speakers, participants, and presenters across the world. I want to extend my warm regards and heartiest congratulations to Mr. Rudra Bhanu Satpathy, founder and CEO of SFNP BioLeague India, for successful completion of this conference. Global Nursing Conference Congress 2023, organized by Society for Nursing Practices in association with renowned institutions as our academic partners. So I would like to thanks to our academic partners also, Rutland Regional Medical Center, Vermont, USA, Rufaida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard, New Delhi, and Dr.Mallela Ramaiah, College of Nursing, Nellore, India. I also congratulate the conference chair, Dr. Carol Gert-May, Manager of Nursing Excellence, IRB, co-chair and coordinator, Rutland Regional Medical Center, United States of America, and Conference Secretary Karen Cochran, Professor, Blue Ridge Community College, United States of America. I would like to congratulate and express gratitude to the core committee members of the Global Nursing Congress 2023, Palladio Francisco, PO Administrative and Legal Nurse in Health Management, Correct Applications of the Health Safety Protocol, Italy, Dr. Bimla Ramu, Senior Lecturer, Department of Nursing Science, Faculty of Medicine, University Malaya, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, Professor Veena Sharma, Principal and Professor Rufaida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard, New Delhi, Dr. C. Kanaimal, Dean, SRM College of Nursing, SRM University, Chennai, India, Mr. Eba Abdisa, Chief Academic and Research Director, Institute of Health Science, Bulega University, Ethiopia, Dr. S. Vasant Kumari, Associate Professor, Department of Pediatric and Neonatal Nursing, Institute of Health Science, Bulega University, Ethiopia, Dr. Seema Singh, Nursing Director and Professor, Medical Surgical Nursing, Shalini Dai, Meghe Hospital and Research Center, Maharashtra. I would like to express sincere thanks to our keynote speakers of Global Nursing Congress 2023 for their knowledgeable and insightful sessions. To Professor Shauli Sen, Principal, Tirthankar Praswanath College of Nursing, Tirthankar Mahavir University, Muradabad, UP, India. Dr. Benjamin Joel Bribanerio, Program Director, Chair for BSN and MSN Department of Nursing, King Faisal University, Board of Commissioner for Certifications, National League for Nursing Vice President, Sigma Theta Tau International Honor Society of Nursing, Saudi Arabia. Professor Veena Sharma, Principal and Professor, Rufaida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard, New Delhi. Dr. Saji Baby, Professor and Program Director, Department Sustainability Studies, MIT, World Peace University, Pune, India. Dr. Suja Shamali Ji, Principal, Dr. Mallela Ramaiah, College of Nursing, Nellore, Andhra Pradesh. Daphne Peneza Ferron, Perioperative Services Manager, Neurosurgery and Otolaryngology, ORS, Vanderbilt University Medical Center, USA. Dr. Gail M. Elliott, Associate Professor of Clinical Nursing, Western Carolina University, College of Health and Human Services, School of Nursing at Biltmore Park, North Carolina, University of America. Darlene B. Murrock, Vice President, Association of Perioperative Registered Nurses, United States of America. Mr. Abdullah Ali Nagala, Chief of Nursing Affairs, Eastern Health Cluster, Brand Ambassador Nurses for Future Project, Saudi Arabia. Patiot Hario, TMD, Chairman, Quality Improvement and Patient Safety, Charisma Hospital, West Java, Indonesia. Dr. Karen Cochran, Professor, Blue Ridge Community College, United States of America. Dr. Carol Gert Mays, Nurse Scientist and Clinical Educator, Institutional Review Board Coordinator, Rutland Regional Medical Center, Vermont, USA. I also thanks to all the presenters for presenting their research work and sharing the knowledge with the nursing community. I thanks to all the participants, especially the faculty members and the students from different colleges, that is Rufaida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard, New Delhi, Dr. Mallela Ramaiah College of Nursing, Nellore, India, SRM College of Nursing, SRM University, Chennai, India, SEM College of Nursing and Paramedical, Jammu and Kashmir, India, Vinayak Mission College of Nursing, Puducherry, affiliated to Vinayak Missions Research Foundation, India. I would like to extend my thanks to Rufaida College of Nursing, Jamia Hamdard, New Delhi, India, for helping us in acquiring the Delhi Nursing Council credit points. Last but not the least, I would like to extend a vote of thanks to our organizing team for making this event happen successfully. Thank you all once again.
Thank you, ma'am. Here we wind up our session for the Global Nursing Congress. Thank you one and everyone, those who have given their hard work for presentation and for being a listener. Thank you everyone, ma'am. We'll take a group photo. I kindly request everyone to turn on your videos so that we can get a clip. Everyone, can you turn on your video if possible? Hi everyone. Okay, can we take a pic? In 3, 2, 1, say cheese. Say cheese. I need some happy faces here. Yeah, thank you everyone. I hope this was a wonderful two-day event. I wanted to just update on the upcoming nursing events, which you all will be interested. The faculty development program on forensic nursing, which will be happening in December of 2023. We'll be updating you the exact dates of it. you stay connected with the SFNP nursing coordinator so that she will be updating you. And the upcoming conference will be 7th International Conference on Nursing Sciences and Healthcare, which will be happening on 15th and 16th of February 2024, followed by the second series of Global Nursing Congress 2024, which will be happening in November 2024. Thank you so much. This is just a beginning. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Usma, ma'am.
It was a
Thank you.
good experience.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Sharika, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Chalo, alhamdulillah.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. The certificates, proceeding book, winners list, feedback link, and 2 days conference and video link will be sent to you through the mail. By next week, we'll be getting them. Yes. Very good.